Oh, cool. My webcam's died. Whatever just killed my PC just took out everything with it. Let's go. I guess we are Fugiing this one. Where is it? I haven't even got it active. Let me, it looks like we're a VTuber today. Or a PNG tuber. Because it looks like my webcam's died. Let me just, let me swap to the scene. Come on. There we go. Right, I don't know what happened, but I went to open the Steam overlay for Peak, and my entire PC crashed. Like, black screens on every screen, but I can still hear the Peak sound. Turn it off, turn it on again, webcam's not working, and half my overlays aren't working now in OBS. So, this is a good start. That's Peak. That's Peak. So, yeah. Right, let me just, I'm gonna grab something from one of my other scenes real quick. Where is it? It's that one. Copy. Here. Gonna paste. No, I just want to paste it. I don't want to paste. I want to. Alright, paste a reference to it. That'll do. There we go. We have tape tools on this screen too now. Third's waiting in a VC, but I need his Steam code. Because I don't think I have him on Steam. If I do, I can't tell because Steam wouldn't tell me. I don't think I do. I'm scrolling through the list. I don't think I do. But I'm gonna launch the game now. We're gonna set up. Okay, we're doing it live. Doing it live. I'll turn the music down a tiny bit. There we go. We're doing it live. Making it live. We will get this working. How's everyone doing this morning? I've just finished eating a Greg's chicken bake, and I'm now about to drink a Red Bull to start my day. I have some Yum Yums next to me for that little boost of sugar, and I'm ready to peak. If this game doesn't crash my PC. Alright, let's see. Do I have my Fugi on my game scene? Nern counter Fugi. That's the other Fugi. That's the wrong type of Fugi. Bamboo, Nern, game, apps. Is it under webcam? I have a whole section for follows and captions. No. Live split. No. Webcam. It should be in here. Here it is. This one. There we go. We're in the corner. There we go. If I click off studio mode now and go into game. God, this is close enough. I'm not fixing this. The horse can stay. The fire can go. Fire needs to go down in here above everything else. I think it goes under Shadowmere. The fire can go for now. Fellas, we're just making this up as we go along. I broke this something happened and it broke my PC. No, I still need to game. If this crashes my PC again, then I don't know. I'm gonna unmute myself in Discord now, if I can, if my PC will let me. Oi! 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 Let's put that down there. Oi, oi, dude. Oi, oi. Am I gonna have to go through, like... Can you add friends by going through other people's friends lists on Steam? I guess today's the day I find out. Yes, you can. We have a bunch of friends in common. This makes it easier because then I can search for. Oh, if I could type. There we go. We're gonna get this man up the mountain today. So how's everyone doing, chat? It's a Sunday morning. It's not too hot yet. Thanks, Stream Elements. Thank you. Really appreciate that, Stream Elements. Really do appreciate that, Stream Elements. Really do.
Hello, dude.
Hello,
I
hello.
realised that I hadn't set my audio. I've changed my ins, so I need to get that onto the right thing.
Ah. Alright, well, I sent you a friend invite for Steam.
Hang on.
After my entire PC crashed trying to look at the Steam overlay.
Can I hear you now?
Can you hear me now?
No, I can't hear you now.
Oh,
Hang
sad. Hey Ghost, you said you were up early yesterday. What were you doing yesterday? Did you have a good time?
Can I hear you now?
Can you hear me now?
Okay, no. What the fuck's going on? What's going on?
Up.
I tried setting it to defaults, and it just doesn't want to play ball.
Oh,
It does not want to play ball.
Windows broken it then.
Give me speakers. There we go.
Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Hello.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
10 beers. 9 beers.
11 beers. What?
What? Alright, I've sent you a friend request on Steam.
Were we not friends on Steam?
We weren't, because you joined off Kip
Wow.
last time. So I had to
Yeah,
go hunting
probably.
through Kip's friends to find you.
Yeah, that's fair.
I like your Steam icon, by the way.
Thank you very much. One new friend request. Block. There we go.
Wow. I guess I won't share my Greg's Yum Yums with you then. It's fine.
Oh my god. Okay.
That's fine.
No. Wait. I've made a grave mistake.
I'll just
I've
get
made a
to
grave
munch
mistake.
on this Yum Yum. Oh, so tasty. Oh, okay.
Oh my god, it's so tasty.
So sweet and tasty. And then I've got a donut after this.
Oh, okay. No, you didn't have to do that to me.
This is my breakfast.
Oh, that's better than me. I have no breakfast.
I've had a chicken bake before this as well.
Should I open the lamb kofta crisps or should I open the onion rings?
Oh, I had lamb koftas yesterday. Lamb koftas.
Oh, lamb koftas. Extreme rich lamb kofta flavor crisps from M&S.
Oh.
It was the only place that was open at 2 a.m.
Alright, I'm gonna be in Discord.
Wom.
I should sound a lot better to you now in game, because I'm using the RTX voice thing.
Let's go ahead and mute the Discord. There we go. Nice. Cool. Here we go. Now I need to go into my settings in here and change my audio. I had the master volume on 0. Why did I mute this game? Why do I hate Peak?
Good question.
I can't remember how to remote.
I'm gonna put some music.
This game.
Guys, I was thinking about going to see Superman later today. It's on my list of things to do today. If I have to leave the house.
Hey, process.
Process very happy to see you this morning.
Whoa.
We're very happy to see Process.
Always.
Oh, you're your hands chalked? Have you got your harness tightened?
Huh, huh, huh. I'm always chalked up, baby.
Thank you, baby. Right, the plan is we're gonna get to the top of this mountain and not die. Sound good? Sounds good? Sounds good?
That's a good plan. Good plan.
Do you want to do the easier mode or the regular mode? Regular mode
I've
has...
never made it to the top of the mountain, so I have a feeling that we should probably...
Easy mode lets you climb further. The easy mode is tenderfoot. Oh, it'll be fully loaded. Whoa, what happened here? My emotional
where
support
are
bing
we?
bong. Oh, Jesus Christ, mate. A flare.
I'm gonna take backpack. Backpack.
Backpack. You got sports drink, some sweets, and a Wheatie bar.
Sounds like a mosquito.
This stuff.
Can you put this lantern in my backpack?
Yeah, I can. And we'll put that in there too. And then we've got some more freebies. Let's put this in here, and then put this in here. There we go. And we don't need the guidebook because we already noticed it to keep each other alive. And now we just got a good walk.
Yeah. Should we grab a coconut over here?
They weigh a lot. Yeah, we could do.
They do weigh a lot, but it's nah.
One second, I've
Let's
got
go
an
find
idea.
some. Let's
got
go
an
find some
idea.
luggage instead.
Yeah. Got one. Ooh, I got 2 halves.
Let him go. It's got 2 whole halves.
2 whole halves to make 1 whole. So how's your weekend been so far? What have you been doing?
It's been lovely. I've had a great time. Luggage.
Luggage. Ooh.
A rope cannon and a first aid kit. That's pretty good.
Right, we don't need
I'll
this
take the
anymore.
First aid kit.
Bye bye coconut and bye bye bing bong.
Yeah, fuck you, ping pong. You little bitch.
Get that shit out of here. We don't need that little guy. We're better than him. Oh, there's more luggage up there.
Oh. I've had a lovely weekend. I've had a pretty good week at work. I had like a decent Saturday. No, it was a decent Friday. Streamed a little bit.
I saw you were doing a yapping stream. I can't remember what I was doing. Oh, I was messing
Indeed.
with Ghost Tank.
The only thing I do is yap these days.
You've become a certified yapper.
Certified.
Bottle of water? Bottle of water?
Bottle of water?
Bag's full. I'll keep
Is it
on
full?
for this. Yeah, we filled it. It's full.
Let's fucking go.
Yeah, me and Tape have added. Me and Ghost have added this thing to our streams called Tape Tools, which allows each other to put stuff over the top of each of the streams, like an interactive layer for mods. And I was just having
that's
fun with
cool.
that on the Ghost Tank on Friday.
I like that. I like the sound of that. That sounds fun.
A lot of fun. And then yesterday I went to a barbecue. I just
Lovely.
slept. I like slept through all the heat. Went to a barbecue, came home, slept until this morning. I wrote yesterday off. And work's just been killing me because
think
it's
I-
been hot.
Yeah, every now and again you need a weekend like that.
Mm.
I was in London yesterday. I went to a comedy gig and then went for dinner. It was very, very nice. And it was so hot. Oh my god! Like the tube, the train, everything, just absolutely fucking brutal. Okay, I guess that isn't a way through. That's fine.
How was gig? Good gig? Average gig?
Very good. Was a little bit late. Missed the first 2 acts, but got the last 3.
Oh,
But yeah, it was a good time, good fun.
oh nice. Yeah. I had a lot of fun on Friday because my boss, when he retired, my other boss couldn't go and see him. So we were like, right, we'll organise a lunch. So we went out for lunch middle of the workday. So
Nice.
it was just a lot. We went for a nice meal and just got that head of school going. You've got yourself booked out for a meeting / lunch for like an hour and a half. Like yes. It's like Okay, I guess we do owe you hours, so... Yeah, you do. We're not going to talk about you owing me hours at the moment. I'm just going to go for this lunch. So, good lunch. Fancy place on a waterfront.
Oh, very nice. And you were treated to it. Didn't cost you anything.
Oh, no, it cost me money.
Oh, okay.
My boss bought
Cost you
drinks,
too-
but we had to
too
buy
much.
food. But it was nice. It was really nice. Thank you again. Right seems to be the way up. Green crisp berries. Vile. We don't need the green crispies. They're naughty.
Oh, they're naughty. Okay.
Naughty.
They look so unassuming.
Right. Energy drinks. We don't need these. We're on a health kick. Sack them off. We don't need energy
Damn.
drinks.
I didn't realize on this health kick, but like, okay, let's go.
You got space for a
That's
rope?
pretty good.
Rope's good.
I can carry rope.
Because like all my
Flaccid
slots are
rope.
full until we can find another backpack, which I think we get the first peak. Which is-
Backpack.
This one looks pretty good. Pretty easy. Backpack. Swiper, no swiping. Ooh, good berries.
Can you say immigrant? Great.
Can you say Despacito? You can say Despacito, get ice.
We've got another piece of luggage.
Oh.
A sports
Bottle-
drink.
bottle of water.
Isotonic.
Bottle of
Bottle
water.
of water.
Bottle of water.
Bottle of water.
When you're thirsty, drink that bottle of water. Then have some fish and chips.
Hi, my name's Third, and when I'm thirsty, I drink bottle of water. Bottle of water.
Bottle
the
of
new
water.
bottle of water from Third Dinner. Bottle of water.
Buy now
Drink
from
it.
thirddinner.com/sweatywattles.
The isotonic part is it's filled with my sweat.
Yeah.
That's where all the salts come from.
Let's get creative here.
Do you reckon we could?
Oh, we can go down and
What
back up again.
here?
Eh.
Down.
You could sort of make it down carefully without grazing your knee. You'll be fine.
Yeah. And then up. Uh-oh. Wrong way.
You can actually go round. It's like a little inside the cave sort of thing. You can walk around it.
Oh, yeah, I thought so, but I'm either very silly and missed it, but I'm on the wrong bit.
Take my strong hand.
I'm gonna make it. I was so gonna make it.
Oh, I know.
This is going so much smoother than the last time I played Peak.
I mean, I'm committed to getting to the top of this mountain now. I've done my goofs and gaffs. I've had my silly times. Now I just want to reach the top. I want to get up there.
You've got badges on your sash. I've got none.
Yeah, it's like we got really far. We got to the final stage on this easy mode, and then all fell. So we have been close. I don't know. I don't know if this is gonna spike me, but I should be fine. Oh yeah, I'll be fine. We're safe. Ooh, luggage.
Luggage.
Another energy drink. Get out of here.
Get out of here.
But the rope cannon, we can actually use that now. And we can
I
probably
mean, I
get
could
pretty
do
far.
with maybe drinking a sports drink. Do you need any food?
I also have a sports
Cheers.
drink, so I'm gonna have a sports drink.
Okay.
Hey, Emma.
Are you just thinking we just go?
Yeah.
Hi, Emma.
If we go on to here and go on
Wait,
to here. But, we might not need to, because we could probably get all the way up here without it.
Well, the thing is that we've got two of them. Now we've got two rope cannons.
This is true.
How's your weekend been, Emma?
Yeah, Emma. What have you been doing?
Yeah, Emma.
This weekend, yeah, Emma. Coming in here,
Yeah.
saying hello,
Yeah, Emma.
questioning the
Tell us
Discord link.
about it. Yeah, we want to know. What a bugle shrimp. Are these bad? Do I want to eat one of these? Okay.
I can't remember.
I'm gonna try it. seems to be fine. We'll
Feels-
see if I die.
He feels interrogated. He should feel interrogated. Do I have to make my Fugi really big? To really, really stress this? Where is it?
There's a singular light bulb swinging above your head right now, Emma. Where were you on the night of the 12th of July?
Amma, where were you? Explain
Emma,
yourself.
where were you?
Explain yourself. I've made myself really big now. Weekend, I've been just sitting at my PC doing literally nothing productive. Well, he's doing more than me yesterday. I wasn't even sat at my PC.
Nice.
I respect that.
Do you reckon we could go... Oh yeah, I reckon we go this way. Turn around, jump and make
Yeah.
that,
Oh
make that
yeah,
leap.
easily. Easily.
Alright, you go first. Yeah.
We can easily make it up here. Easy. This was easy
Easy.
peasy.
Easy peasy, call me a lemon because it's squeezy.
That side going that way is bait by the looks of it. This way's gonna go straight
Yeah.
up. We'll be at the peak. We'll be at peak 1.
Peak 1. First time ever making it to peak 1.
Oh yeah, because we never made it to the peak the first time we did this. To be fair,
No,
that
and
the
then
regular
game's like
version,
crashing.
yeah, we got through it, and that's been sorted now. Did it ask you what thing to load the game as when you launched it?
Yes. Yes.
What did you pick?
The one you told me, DX12.
Oh, sick.
I listen.
I'm spreading the news to the people. I am that
Typical
person that
man.
lets other people know. Yeah, I just mansplain to everyone. I've been doing that in Darktide. You can turn on the option to see other players' dogs' names. So I've just been telling people in every text chat I join. It's like, here's how you do it. So many people don't know. I've got to spread the good word of dog. Oh, we're nearly there.
Always got to spread the good word of dog.
Boing. Boing.
It's okay to have a weekend like that every now and again, Emma.
Yeah.
You don't have to be productive.
Oh, is this what I think it is?
What, the peak?
Ah!
Oh!
A fancy mushroom that you can use to create platforms.
What are these called?
Shelf shroom, I think it's called.
Oh, hell yeah, duck.
It literally makes you a shelf.
give me climb right up there.
Shelf fungus. A fungus? It's us? That was
A
bad.
fungus?
A fungus?
A fungus?
Ugh, it's bad. We need to stop. Backpack? 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 Backpack!
Backpack. Oh, you got more rope.
Give me
You
there.
got more rope in here. Alright, I'm gonna have a marshmallow because I deserve it.
I also am having a marshmallow because I deserve it too. Wait, before we do anything else, we need to grab this.
Yeah.
We have a Pandora's lunchbox. So I'm going to give this to
Oh.
you because it's going to get you a Steam achievement.
Okay. Let me eat this first, and I need to decide what do I need to use it or just hold it?
You can hold it if you want to use Pandora's lunchbox. You're free to use Pandora's lunchbox. But I don't know what it does.
You don't know what it does.
Nope. Oh, it looked like it poisoned you.
It poisoned me. But I can do it again.
Yeah, what's that gonna happen?
I'm now very hungry. I can do it again. I'm on fire. Ah,
He's on
shit.
fire. Oh no.
Ah. I'm on fire and I'm sleepy.
On fire and sleepy? You don't look on fire. Let me just.
Okay, I'm surviving my burns.
You have food in your backpack
so-
as well.
Surviving my sleepiness. I survived. I survived Pandora's lunchbox 3 times.
Woohoo!
Who else can say that they've done that on a Sunday morning?
Not me. That's for sure.
Not Pandora.
I survived watching you survived Pandora's Lunchbox, and all I got was this lousy T-shirt. Oh wait,
It's not a lousy T-shirt. It's a very high quality t-shirt.
Hey!
Oh, that's terrifying.
That was wicked. That was so cool. But I have seen something I need to go backwards for. Do it. Do it. Jump.
Oh, I have to go. Ah!
Oh, oh. You okay? Oh, oh no, 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 no! It's all gone downhill so fast. Oh no! Can I grab the vine while holding you? I can. Right, I have a solution to this problem. And then that should hopefully heal you. Maybe. Oh no. Oh no. Where's the backpack gone? Got resources in it. Let's put you down for a second. I need. Still got anything in it. That's my backpack. Where's your backpack? Where's the other backpack gone? Huh? Is it still on him? Is he still wearing it? Can't still be wearing it. Sure, he is. Okay. Sports drink. Drink a little drink. No, put down. Is it a food issue? Does he need a snack? What if I what if you eat one of these? Huh? What if lollipop? Give you some energy? Huh? Oh no. Oh no. And take this light as a beacon of your honor. Uh-oh. Hello, hello. So what happened?
A Tony Hawk's too high to the sun.
That was unfortunate. Just watch you just slam into it and then collapse. Oh.
Yeah, I didn't know that would happen.
I didn't know either. I didn't think you could hurt yourself by slamming into things.
Yeah.
Oh.
Apart from the ground.
I guess I just have to make it to the next peak on my own. Let's see.
This is your fault, Ducks.
I did this. I gave him all my food and drink to try and resuscitate him and it didn't work. Ooh, berry. Nom nom nom. Well, you pretty much got as far as you got last time before you died.
Well, longer, because I got achievements.
Oh. That's bad because it's yellow. Is there any of the purple
I think that might
kingberries?
actually have been my first aid kit. Because what happened when I went crashing into the fucking canopy of that tree is
Everything flew everywhere.
my inventory just exploded everywhere.
Well, I'll get us to the top. I'll make it up. Ooh, cookies. I'm just gonna have a little nom 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 now, and oh damn rain! If only Texas hadn't defunded the weather warning system, we'd have known about this rain.
Oh no!
Very topical and on point, you know. Could have done something about this. Instead, I've had to sit and watch some of my favourite streamers rebuild a road and get rid of a lake that built up. So, being that I've been on, I think I've been on
Maybe we
Twitch
should do
longer
that.
than you. Well, we have to first create a pond
We
or a
should go
lake, and
rebuild
then
a road.
be an interesting stream idea. But you know, we haven't had torrential flooding rain that's destroyed a road like Maya Higa had for her sanctuary.
True.
Alright, this I've walked into a minefield. It should be fine. As long as nothing explodes, we should be fine. That sort of goes where I want to go. Oh, bees, not bees, and that's poison. And wait, is this poison? And that's safe. Man, it's hard to see the top of this mountain with all this fucking rain.
Typical Brit complaining about the weather.
This is my natural state, this weather.
Rain, fog, middle of summer. This is
It's
fucking
humid.
barbecue weather.
It's so fucking humid. Is there a vine? There is a vine to the top of this. Oh, I missed. I missed. Ow. I'll eat the berry.
That wasn't a very good move, was it?
No, it wasn't the smartest move. I may be slightly more weighted down than I thought I was. Uh oh, this ain't good. Come on, come on, come on, make it up. Use up all my energy. Oh. Right, we'll sit here for a second. I'll just fix up my injuries. Get rid of all my boo-boos. There we go. And then let's drop this. And have one of these. We've got some energy. And then go around this. Oh, that suitcase is tempting, but I think I just need to go up at this point. Or maybe not. I guess I go down and across. Oh, this went down a lot further than I thought. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
This went down a lot further than I thought it did. Oh, it's more suitcases. 216. I did not realise how many suitcases were down here. Oh, thank you. There's another suitcase down here. I spy with my little eye a suitcase. Yippee! Oh, not bad.
A suitcase.
I'm sure there'll be no negative repercussions for my actions that I just took by eating that lollipop. Surely. Surely nothing bad will happen.
Can't imagine there'd be any.
Ah!
Oh!
There's a voice in my head! Mysterious voice in my head!
I'm in yours,
Hello.
I'm in yours, I'm in yours.
Ah! 3. Let's see. Oh, more cookies. I'll eat all these real quick. And another, and another, and another. And then... Where are you?
How'd you do that?
Sleepy ghost. Yeah!
It was a bit of a delayed feedback loop, but no process.
I think Process should be able to join whilst we're climbing, but I don't know if it'll put them right at the top or if it'll put them as a ghost. So I'll stop and I'll send an invite, see what happens.
Game is updating at the moment.
Oh.
You got this. You can get up here.
Yeah, it should be fine. I'm panicking, I'm panicking, I'm stressing, I'm panicking. Okay, we're good.
You got this. I'm panicking.
Read this with my bag. I realised recently how many, like, comical physical bits I have around my desk set up for different situations. Like, when I slam my desk and all the bottles rattle.
Hell yeah.
A paper bag
Hans'
for
desk
when I
is
make
like
bits.
living in a fucking joke shop. He's just got a whoopee cushion.
Yeah.
He's-
That was going to be one of the additions to the desk, was going to be a whoopee cushion and a whistle. It's going to be one of those long
just
whistles.
like a pin whistle. Just
Yeah.
whoop.
Yeah.
You're like some kind of 1950s Joker.
Oh, yeah, 110%. I have glasses to clink together. I've got cans on the desk too, so when I slam my desk, they make noise.
That's why you got them there.
literally why I have so many is just because they make a funny noise. This branch here is really doing me in. Ugh. I'm branching out.
Light work.
Oh,
I
I'm
can't
branching out.
join.
I'll send an invite in a second, process. I'm branching out. Stay. Don't
That's
fall.
fine.
Stay. Stay.
Breathing in the chemicals.
Damn. Whiskey. Okay. We're safe.
I'm waking up. I feel it in my bones enough to make your systems grow.
Grown.
Groan? Moan? What does he say?
Bone.
What?
I don't know.
Bone.
You're asking like.
Bone!
There's a reason that I never join when anybody plays WAM because I don't listen to actual music. I listen to mashups and mixes and like mega mixes. I don't listen to real music. Everything that I listen to is
Probably fair.
is combined of other things. So I don't know who sings what. I don't know lyrics. It's just not how my brain works with music.
Welcome
This is a bad idea.
Rope gun.
That would work.
Reckon it'll help?
Let's see. What's it there? That did not go. Oh, come on. Come on. Come on.
It's blowing in the wind and everything.
So
That's,
my
that
game
is not
bugged
working
and
the
would
same
not
way.
let me move.
Ooh.
Nothing that turning it off and on again wouldn't fix. Oh, if you go up to the right, you might have a flat enough bit to stop and rest.
I did just restart it, so.
Let's see if I can. It's like it's telling me to lunge. I don't want to lunge. Rope. Okay. Can we rest one on rope? No, stamina still slowly goes down. Alright.
Oh, there we go.
Oh.
Fuck for that ledge.
Oh.
Oh,
Scary.
easy work, light work. We knew that was there.
It's only eating most of my energy up, but it's fine. I need to climb to the top of one of these tall trees for an achievement. Oh, my actions have been rewarded by 3 suitcases and a rope spool. Oh, blessed day.
Oh, blessed day.
Trail mix. Cookies. This is going to do nothing for my diabetes.
You should eat some fruit. You should eat those blue bananas.
Believe me, I am going to. I have myself a gun.
What the fuck is that?
It's a chain launcher. For launching chains. Right,
The
so
launching chains.
this is going to be the easiest tree to climb. So. Oh. That's a problem. I want you. So, I don't think you got to see this last time we played, but if I put this here, and then I...
What?
Oh!
Haha.
Oh! You could do funny bit with banana peel.
I love physical comedy.
So do I.
You can
What?
troll all of your friends with banana peel.
Oh, no, 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 no rain, please.
that, Proctor?
No, please, no, rain. She said you can troll all your friends with the banana peel. I will not fall,
Yeah.
voice in my head, I will not fall. I refuse to fall to my death at the hands of the rain.
I'm the spirit of the tree.
What would you have me do, oh
Goodness.
wise tree?
Oh, yeah, climb me. Yeah, that feels good.
Already on it, tree man. Oh, you might be able to hit maybe through my mic. probably not. I might die here. I don't think I can reach. No, the lunge. Nope, dead. Bye.
I think he's dead.
I think he's dead.
Only a little bit dead. I was only a tiny little bit dead.
Itty bitty little bit.
Teeny weeny, incy, little bit dead. Yeah, as I was saying, you could probably hear through my mic maybe the sound of the scrap iron men with the horn.
No.
I don't know why I just sent you an invite again, ignore that. Yeah, I heard them come past, and I'm surprised well, you might not have been able to, the stream might have been able to. I'm using RTX voice for you, so you can't hear anything else in my room, so I can have my fans blasting.
Lift broken. Lift broken.
Just wait on the process to turn on now. Hear ye, is King of Gate 7, who's struggling to stand on top of his sign. I decree that mountains shall be climbed at the first and last day of every month. My people, I suggest that you dump your luggage as soon as possible. And, my people, I suggest you get jiggy with it.
Oh, let's go. Yeah. Oh, Hell King
Oh,
Ducks.
I've been poisoned by my servant. Ugh.
It was me.
I'm not dead yet. Oh, I heard that. I can recover. Ugh. 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 Oh, I pressed the risky Steam button. Press this, I've sent you a bunch of invites when you're ready. Right, I know what to do. Do I have any... Wait, that's not a sticker. This is a sticker. Hello, hello.
Hi.
Welcome to the Explorers Club. We're going to be climbing a mountain. There's some nice fancy clothes you've got there.
Thank you.
Nice
Just
hand.
to let you know, I am also streaming now.
Oh, then I should add you into my ads, and then we should do a joint thingy.
Oh, a joint thing would be nice.
Do 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 do.
I hope you gentlemen are ready for a great expedition.
I'm after
No.
a succulent Chinese meal.
A succulent Chinese
Get your
meal.
hands off my penis!
Get your hands off my penis.
Not a man enjoy
I
a
know.
succulent Chinese meal.
I see you know your judo well.
Cut off! Oh well.
Alright, now I have to remember how you do these stream together things. Let's figure this out. Create a dashboard. And then stream together, and then start to stream together, and then that, like that, and then go block, and go that, and then go invite guest.
Now I'm here. Thank you, Emma. Thank you for letting me know.
There we go. And sending you an invite.
Looking da-da.
Oh, why isn't there a mouth with bad teeth? Then I can be properly British.
You are, I can't imagine.
Maybe you gotta unlock it somehow.
I think it is an unlockable thing, yeah.
But
Unlock the crooked teeth? By Jove, I was born in the Great British Isles. I don't know they're already unlocked.
You really adopted the crooked teeth. Wow.
I was born with them.
I was born without teeth.
Oh, that's a problem for you, mate.
Ooh, born without teeth. Born without teeth. Ooh, born without teeth. Born without teeth. I was born without hair. Born without teeth. Born without hair. Born without teeth.
You should be able
My
to
mum had me when I was a little baby. I was born without hair. Born without teeth. Came out the womb, spit in bars, then it turned out I wasn't going far. Can't think of a next line. I'm out of lines. I'm out of bars.
That sounds like a you problem.
Should we just point at them? Ready to go? I mean, you got no choice. Bam, 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 bam. Bow,
Meow.
bow. Welcome to the Lost Island.
Jurassic Park. Me.
I have the opportunity to do the funniest thing of all time.
Get him.
Not now, but I will get
Hiya,
him.
Beaver. How you doing, bud?
Hello, Beaver.
Oh, he got me.
Yeah, right, I did. Go on then, who's being backpack boy?
Considering how often I die, it's probably not a best idea if I am back.
We're keeping you alive. Or else. You're staying alive to the end or else. Get marching up this damn mountain right now, I'll shoot.
Sir, yes, sir.
Lead the way.
No.
Come on, bugle boy. We've got mountains to climb.
That somehow sounded like a slur.
The first time we played this,
Bugle boy.
the first time we played this, I called him Burger Boy. So it really did feel like I was calling him a slur by calling
That's
him
Mr.
Burger Boy.
B's job.
I'm more than the sum of my parts. That looks nice. I'll take
Good, I
this.
can't tell. Are
I'm
you,
gonna-
are
in
you
fact-
orange or red?
I'm alright. Oh.
Do you want to put it in the
skin
backpack,
tones
or do you
match.
want to put it in? Do you want to hold it?
Backpack, backpack.
Backpack.
Oh, you're definitely red then, because I'm red. The lighting is making us look orange.
Oh yeah, I think I might be red. Oh,
360.
my leg.
How you doing, Beaver?
Boing,
Hi,
Boing.
Beaver.
boing. Lovely.
Oh, a chain
I
launcher.
love
Yeah.
fox.
Don't launch that down here. That makes a chain
Come here,
between
come-
2 points.
Come here. Let's go.
Oh.
Backpack. Come on, pack mule.
Oh damn.
You must feed me carrots as I go, and stroke my hair, and then bet on me, and I'll win races. Yippee! I'm coming in 3rd place. Woohoo!
And then
Yeah.
put you
Oh,
down once you break your
glad you said
highlight.
place.
I'm coming in 3rd place.
Yeah, my place.
Haha, guys, race you to the glue factory! Haha! Woohoo! Oh, my leg! Oh, my leg! Oh, no!
Little does he know he won the race to the glue factory.
No, no! It's all downhill.
Oh no.
It's either the glue factory or I become a dog's dinner. And after that race, I sure made a dog's dinner of it. What are you doing in the back? Get forward, you. Third should hopefully remember the way.
Yeah. Oh, you got it. You got. Yeah, you got it. You got it. Yeah, we're gonna go right.
I want to go left.
Well, we could
You can do it, but you'll be by yourself.
We could orchestrate my idea of doing a race to the peak with teams. This could be the demo.
Two teams of two.
Two teams of two,
Who's
yeah.
on the team by themselves then? Who doesn't get drafted? Who doesn't get picked right
Oh,
now?
I'm the host, aren't I?
Yeah, you're by yourself.
So I'll just sit down here and kill myself while you two race independent of each other.
Trail mix.
Here you go,
Bandages.
Process. Have some rope. Take the rope, take the rope, take the rope. I literally
full on
I don't have
hands.
my backpack and my hands are full. What,
Okay,
what else
why
are you
not?
carrying that you're full?
Trail mix, airline food, and mushrooms.
Oh. You need the mushrooms? Wait, put a mushroom in my mouth.
I was about to say, I can
Oh yeah, put your mushroom in my mouth. Yeah, put the mushroom in my mouth. Yes.
Toasty.
I don't like mushrooms.
I only like them like heavily fried. And that even then it's like it has to be with steak. That's it.
Come
Can't be
forward,
alone.
expedition travelers. We must make our way to the summit of this mountain.
Okay, scout leader, tell me where I'm gonna go.
Follow me, chaps. Up here. Up hither.
Oh, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna get a good whiff.
Scoutmaster, Duxus being weird.
Normally it's a scout leader, it's me who's snipping up your behinds. How peculiar.
My brother raised me right, sir. He taught me other things I need to do.
Oh.
Now, as you come across these wild animals and wild foliages, it is a duty of a scout to sample them to see what happens, and then we report these back to the greater world to find our findings and let them know what we have found.
Yes, sir. Can we get up the mountain now, sir?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Sir, can I have a hug?
Absolutely.
Oh, hell yeah.
As the only person on this mountain, when she takes you to court, I'll be there to testify.
And as you know, as a true scout,
Careful.
you never testify against your scout leader. Eat this. Wonderful. Wasn't that lovely?
What I've not told you, sir, is I'm not a scout, I'm a cub. I lied about my age.
Oh, even better. Come here.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Come here. 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 Come here.
Missed. Be easy. He's behind me. Oh, oh, oh. Ah. Ah. Good catch.
Thank you. Lovely.
Lovely, lovely.
If the scoutmaster
Jolly
gets
good
to be a
show.
bit too
There's a-
much, I'll just trank him.
There's some lovely coconut hearts down here that we should feast upon to maintain our energy and strength levels. Now, everyone, take up a coconut heart. Don't worry about what's inside.
I
it,
love
just-
putting nut
just
in my
eat it.
mouth.
Oh.
Everyone knows.
I don't keep it a secret, sir. Are you trying to
You
dismiss
weren't
my
meant to say
lifestyle,
it
sir?
in front of a public forum. Now, everyone, we must belay down the mountain. Sometimes it is a very important lesson as a scout to learn that sometimes you need to backtrack on yourselves in order to maintain a constant flow of progress forwards.
Don't fall to your death, mate. We've got a mountain to climb.
Oh no, we do. Sir, why did you book us on this flight and get us killed nearly?
Well, you see,
Sir, do you ever
Sometimes
think
as a
about the
scout-
point where you were giving the pilot a handy that maybe you shouldn't have been doing that while he was flying the plane?
well, you know, sometimes in order to be able to be taken up to the cockpit, you really have to be taken to the cockpit, you know?
So, are you a sex addict?
The court called me a sex offender. However, that's neither here nor there.
So, how did you offend the sex? What did you do to it?
Well,
Careful.
again, we don't need to necessarily worry about it. Now, we need to stick to the right to avoid these, whoever the fuck they are. Now,
Talking to the Yeoman.
take my hand.
That's fine,
Lovely.
don't worry. I don't want to touch you, sir.
Where's the young cup ducks? Where is he?
Boom!
Ah, there he is.
I stood to the left because I'm left leaning. So it's trying to make you politically right aligned.
I'm glad you're
I'm
doing
so disappointed in you.
Oh, you would, you silver spoon. Me, I'm a man of the worker. So when I'm older, I'm going to become a postman.
this. Sir, I've just realised I'm recording you at all.
I got him so good. Oh, I'm so proud of that one. Oh.
Hi, Sonata. How you doing?
Oh, I'm sweating. I'm sweating.
You sweat at his eyes.
Scout Matters. Scout
Oh.
Matters sweating. Buy it for $50.
Oh, buy it now.
Oh.
Scout Master bath water. Limited edition.
With added magnesium, potassium, sodium.
And
I don't
iron,
either.
because the water levels weren't regulated.
Oh, the water levels are never
Get
regulated.
shroomed! Get shroomed! Get shroomed! Get shroomed!
Sarah
Now,
people-
children.
I'm starting new trends. The mountains where the new trends come alive. Yeah, I'll check it. Process got a new got a resub.
Not long woken up, so I'm still trying to regulate myself.
Oh.
Scout Sonata.
Process got a resub. Process got a resub.
Oh, a lovely remedy fungus.
Save it,
this
save
is
it,
one that
save
we've
it,
seen in
save
the
it.
handbooks.
Save it. Save it. Don't waste it. Save it. Shove it up your butt. Save it. Hey, yeah.
Scoutmaster, you're a nonce. You're not helping.
You think I'm gonna help now? There you go.
Straight to the point. We've been beating around the bush and just straight to the Scoutmaster urine.
As is my right.
Jesus Christ. Oh, don't beat around the bush, do you?
It's like in Guilty as Sock, you were talking over my part, and I was like, shut up, cuck, it's my turn. And then in
Oh.
Repo was like, how do you feel about being a bottom?
Now, what we want to do, we do not want to fall for the odd bait and switch that the previous scouts have left for us here. They were from a rival troop, and they want to send us to our demise. So we don't follow the trees and the bridges that they followed. No, young ducks, come back!
I was just testing the stability of it, they do a better job at building bridges than we do.
Yes, and that's why we don't use them. Troop
Hello,
42,
Kipper
they're-
man.
They're known for their bridges, and it's disgusting, disgusting. Disgusting of them to
Thank
do
you
that
for
to
the
us.
heads
Hello.
up, Sonata.
Hello, young Kipper man.
So, what do
Hello.
we do at our scout club other than climb mountains? Because these guys build bridges. Do we like help old people across the road or what?
Oh, yes,
No, we
yes.
just
We
make our
help the
teeth
old people
yellower.
across... No, we do need to make sure that we help the old people across the road, because the road between their old folks' home and the Waitrose is quite treacherous, so we have to make sure that they make it across very safe.
Oh, if they're going to Waitrose, silver spoons, I can push them under a car and it'll be okay. Socially acceptable, sir.
No, no, no,
Why
no,
are they
no.
assholes
Waitrose.
if they go
Wait.
to Waitrose?
No, 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 no. Eat. Look. Eat this.
No.
No.
That didn't heal anything. I'm
the-
now poisoned.
Here. Look.
The voices,
Young
in my,
nuts.
the
Eat
voices
this.
in my head are saying to kill you, sir. No, no,
Lovely.
no, no.
No. No, 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 no.
Come here, sir. What's wrong
No.
with like touching us?
No, it's okay. No, it's on my turn.
Sir, put him up.
Now, one of the important lesson that we need to learn as scouts is about
Come here,
consent.
sir.
No, I do not consent. No, 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 no.
Force feeds us food and
No,
then
no,
is
no,
talking
no.
about consent. Sir, I'm getting mixed messages from you.
No, 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 it's fine.
I think the board of directors is going to have to hear about this one, aren't they?
No, 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 no. We don't need to talk to the board of directors.
Sir,
Not
I
for,
don't
not,
think,
not
I
for.
don't think this scout thing was checked by Ofsted at all.
Oh, certainly not.
I thought this was supposed to be the DV.
Oh.
Yeah, yeah.
Supposed to have them
This
cross
is.
safely. Yeah, this is.
Hello and welcome everyone to your Duke of Edinburgh expedition. Come here, young ducks.
Push. Push the scoutmaster. Push it.
Oh, I just bounced off your head.
Just threw him. We will make it
Now,
to
as
this
you can
hub.
see, if you look
Somebody's
up the
vaping
mountain,
up
you
there,
can
sir!
see
Somebody's
that
vaping up there! Somebody's got vapes! I want a vape! I want a
We
vape!
must stop them. No, this is bad for your health. You should never.
But you
Really,
do
sir?
it, sir.
Yeah. So
No.
I've seen you behind the bike sheds with that vape and also that weird needle thing in your arm.
Look, when you become an adult, you're allowed to. But as children, no, not at all. No.
Sir, I'm 28.
A late bloomer, young ducks, I see.
Yes, sir. You're right, sir.
Someone just wasted a shelf shroom.
We don't need it.
Would you call it a waste? If it saved your scoutmaster from sure demise, I'm sure you would.
Yeah, it's definitely a waste then. Sir, I'm gonna have your marshmallow.
Swines, I'm gonna have to retire the scoutmaster.
What absolute cretins! I can't believe that I have to
Sir,
work
can I
with
have
these
your
godforsaken
marshmallow?
children. I fucking hate everything about my life. This is disgusting. I can't believe that I have to be here. I did all of my training for this. I can't believe that they do
Sir,
this to
don't
me.
care.
This is absolutely disgusting.
Sir, I saw you behind the bike shed with my maths teacher.
She knows how to ride a bike, if you know what I mean.
Jesus Christ, sir.
Jesus Christ.
Put
What
him
the
up.
fuck is that?
You get unlimited stamina briefly when I launch it. When I use it on you.
I love it.
Right, sir.
Immediately starts
Remember,
going down.
remember what we did the last time?
I do remember what we did last time. Should we do the same thing again?
Let's do it again, but this time let's have you not die, yeah?
Jolly good, jolly good. Now, follow my lead, everyone.
Oh,
Last
no.
time I watched him do this, he died. Geronimo! Woo! Space to let go, sir.
I'm just having a good time.
He's just monkeying around.
No one
Like
asked
that
for a
song.
good time. Sir, we just asked for a nice holiday and you couldn't even give us that.
Yeah, I was told we were going to the Maldives. What's going on?
Do I look like your goddamn parents, you ungrateful little cretins?
Well, you are now, little bitch.
I mean, you do look like my dad, but my dad doesn't look like me, sir.
Is your mother a maths
Oh
teacher
boy,
by any
here I
chance?
go killing again.
Oh boy, here
Maybe,
we
sir.
No, my mum just gets around.
go.
Do you roll
Say
me
that
around,
louder.
around?
Say that louder. Say that louder.
Um,
Say it
So,
louder.
sorry, I can't hear you. Can you say it louder, please? That's evil. We've made a grave mistake by climbing up the trees, by the way. Oh, no, we haven't. Yeah! Oh, hit me nuts on a bush. Oh. I hit me nuts on the bush. Oh, he just swung by. Oh, jeez. Oh.
wait, Process, go back down. Go back down. Wait, no, okay. You stand here. You stand here. You stand here. I'll show you what I just saw climbing on this vine.
No, I mean, nuts in the floor.
Go stand on the vine. Go stand to the right.
Oh.
Yeah. Ah, yes, good form. Good form, chaps. Good form.
Perfect.
Oh. Oh. What's this?
Oh, what's that?
Scorchberry. Oh, hot! Spicy. Mm.
Oh,
Spicy.
Spicy. Right.
Spicy.
This way.
My tongue's gone numb from the spicy food I ate. Is this okay?
He's absolutely fine.
The spicy
Young
pepper.
ducks. What do you want to do? Is you want to have you want to have one of these red crisp berries, or should we get you some bananas?
What the crisp berries, sir? Oh, that's a banana.
It's a banana. Oh! Yes. A practical jest, if you will. Okay, let's go.
You know what, we'll just do process.
Long live the king. Long live the king. Long
No.
One in, one out, one in, one out.
1, 2, 3,
No
go,
way
sit.
in,
One,
no
go,
way out.
sit.
Sir, can you sort of like grab my hand a second because I'm going to fall. I can't get up. Sir. Oh, no, I'm good. I'm good. Ah, wait, sir. Oh.
Thank you for the follow, bud. How you doing, bud?
Oh.
Dax! Dax! Oh no.
Absolute imbecile.
Sir!
Okay.
Sir!
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Sir!
Yes, what is it? What is it, young ones? What do we need? Oh dear. Oh no, oh my.
Carry him. You need to carry him.
I have bandages.
Oh, that will work.
Can I heal? I might accidentally heal my own injuries instead of his.
Don't.
Right click, right click, right click. Oh, I don't know what happened, sir. First thing I was climbing up the mountain, next thing I know, I was lying on my side. It's here.
It's just freaking out on the wall for me.
I
I'm doing
don't-
good, thank you.
I don't know what happened,
What
sir,
have you been up
but
to?
I'm very, very hurt. Do we ever? Oh, we do. Thank God.
Aw.
I just sort of like slipped and bashed my nose on and the next thing I know, I was talking to God. He said I was a very good boy, and that I should get back onto the
Ah,
mountain. Then I
yes.
was here.
You know what? It's very well studied that the nose is the weak point in any good scout.
But
Oh no. No, like I tell you is no.
punch his nose.
Ugh.
Long live the king. Up he
Okay,
lives.
let's go. Round
I
this
honestly
way.
don't know what happened. I literally just fell a tiny bit, and next thing I know, I was out cold. Stone Cold Steve Austin.
I think the weight of your bag would have just made the fall a bit heavier.
The clap of my cheeks
Oh,
made it. So we fell further.
I couldn't sneak. The clap of my cheeks was too loud for the guards. Now I think we need to go up to the right here, scouts.
Okay, sir. So when I saw God, he gave me a message, and that message was that I should be wary of you. Is that a message of validity, or? Well,
You're a moron.
No, no, we're
You're a
fine,
moron.
we're fine.
Scoutmaster, you're a moron.
it smells of farts and elderberries.
Ooh, elderberries.
I'm quite poisoned, my young scouts. Bear with me for a while I recover from my poisonings.
He's put us in a minefield because there's 2 more right there.
Oh, you're a moron. You're a moron, sir. You're a nonce.
well, actually, there's 3 more.
Uh-oh.
A good skill for a young
Doesn't
scout to
help
have
your
is the
case of being stupid.
a good skill for a young scout to have is the ability to count.
What'd you call me,
You
sir?
see,
Count how many lives I
called you a young scout.
Kill you.
I thought you called me a count or something,
no,
sir.
no, 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 no,
Yes.
no, no,
Go down,
no,
sir.
no.
Long live the king.
Go down. Oh, you don't ask me twice. Okay, well, okay.
It gets too far.
Clearly the wrong audience for that joke. Okay, we move on. Onwards, upwards. How upwards could we realistically go?
Technically, if we followed this vine across and dropped that other vine, we can go higher.
Ah, yes, I see. Ah,
I thought you'd done this before. I thought you knew the way.
this is the point where I met my last demise.
He only got part way on that first vine, and then he had a tragic accident.
I did what the children say these days. Crash out.
No! Ah! Ho, ho, ho. Controlled descent. Grab the vine, not the spiky vine.
Screw you, sir. I don't want you.
This should be makeable now
Why
without
am I
the rain.
poisoned again, Scouts? Scouts, what are we doing?
Wasn't me.
Wasn't me. I'm busy climbing. I've made it near the top. Sir, is now a bad time to tell you that I'm deathly allergic to bees and there's an angry beehive up here? So did you pack my
what we
EpiPen?
need- Now, every good scout knows that in order to overcome your allergies, there's this thing called systematic desensitization. I would recommend sticking your head into the beehive and slowly, systematically.
So you know I'll do it, right? You
Desensitizing
know I'll
yourself to your allergy.
So you know I'll do it if you ask me to, right?
Sounds like a terrible idea.
So I am the one with the backpack filled with all the stuff. You know I'll do it if you want me to, right?
I think, wait until we all get up there and then we can all do it together.
By the way,
Doesn't
sir,
that
this
sound
isn't
fun?
rain. I'm winging off the edge of the cliff right now, sir.
Oh, well, what a very strong stream.
There's 2 streams here, sir.
A very strong stream.
Slightly
I
meta.
guess you could say that you're a bit of a streamer.
Yeah, you can say something like that, sir. If you're a
Yes.
degenerate, yeah, you can
Oh,
say something
wow.
like that, sir.
Oh dear. Well, oh my.
Sir, you're
Right.
a moron for taking us here.
Alright, process, we can go the other way and we can go around. There's another vine that goes over here. That goes to a little incline.
Aha, oh my god.
I'm trying to pull you up. Get up here!
Hey, Curbs, how you doing, bud?
Damn ass so fat it's hard to pull you up the mountain. Sheesh! Consider doing squats?
No.
Squat the hell?
More like, what the hell?
I'm good, thanks. I'm tired because I'm not that long ago. Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. Yep.
You can make it around this corner when it doesn't rain. Surely. 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 Oh! Blech.
Bye.
I think
No!
it's probably about
No!
time to go in hell for
No!
my fellow scout.
No! Oh. Well, I'll eat this. Sir, process might have fallen down the mountain, and I didn't grab them in time, so they are now dead.
Oh dear. Well,
But I did eat their delicious airplane breakfast.
a true loss. What we'll do, we'll replace them at the next summit.
So I feel like I'm being haunted by the voices
Sir,
of
you're
my
a nonce.
murder.
Sir, you're a nonce. Sir, you're a nonce. Sir, you're a nonce. Sir, you're a nonce. Sir, you're a nonce.
So are you too hearing a voice inside your head that's telling you of your grievous mistakes?
Now, every good scout knows that they need to drown out their conscience. They need to drown out their conscience. They can't listen to it.
Sir,
No.
alcohol
Otherwise,
won't help with that. Sir, alcohol won't help with that.
it sounds like my mother.
So
By
you
the
seem
way,
to be...
Curbs can hear you from the other room.
Oh, hello, Cabs. I'm the scout leader of this troop. When does the dungeons and/or dragons? When are we
So
due
how
to
are you gonna
start?
explain this to my parents?
Oh well. Lost in the jungle, a true scout loss, an expedition gone awry.
Oh! I was so close then, holy.
Again, that's also what I'm going to tell the mother of the poor lost process.
Sir, I'm trendy. Sir, I'm trendy. I'm going to do it for the vine.
Start at 1 PM. I just got here early because it's too hot to drive at midday. That's fair.
That is also understandable. Nice. Lovely.
Bees, bees. I see bees. I see bees. I see bees. Revive process. How about no? Gross.
I'm here for the luggage. Let's get this luggage. Whoa!
Me, I'm here for death grips. I see bees. I see bees. I see bees. Oh, we could have actually. We have the remedy fungus. Oh man. What?
Do you have a remedy fungus?
A rope cannon, and a second remedy fungus, which I can put in my backpack.
They have to revive me at the statue
No.
at the top of the next seat, so they can't really do anything with me.
But you do get to be a wonderful, sprightly little ghost. Oh,
Oh, look, a Murloc.
it's like Donnie from
Oh.
what's that show?
Wild thornberries?
Wow, strawberries.
I'm going for this luggage. I want it.
Oh yeah. Oh. Ooh. Oh yeah. Let's go. Oh.
A first aid kit and a
So I'm having a shower.
Finally! Stinky boy. Wait, do that again.
Yeah,
You
do it
get the
again.
Doppler effect as you go around.
Yeah. So good. Doppler? I hardly know her.
You sounded like a. You sound like a fucking ambulance.
Yeah. It's a French ambulance. We'll need an ambulance after this, won't we, sir?
No. Rescue helicopter.
I'm
up the peak.
dead.
We don't need an ambulance for a dead person. We just leave them on the mountain.
Indeed. We leave that body as a monument to our expedition. What did you say?
I will haunt you for the rest of my afterlife for this decision you made.
Well, it wasn't my decision to fall down the mountain, was it, young
Your
progress?
decision to go on this holiday to the Maldives without parents.
Nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday. And now you can save £50 per scout. That's £200 for a Scout Trooper 4.
You didn't ask our parents to cycle consent form, you just said, do you have your passport? Yes, let's go.
So what you're saying, little ghost, is that he coerced you to go to the Maldives?
I think this is part of his plan.
He's been coercing all of us.
Coercion.
He told me he was going to make me
Coercion doesn't
famous. He said he was going to make me a model. He was going to make me a star. And then all he did was take pictures of me in my underwear in the bathroom.
If I was saying, did he tell you that in a bathroom or a closet?
Well, he made me wee in the closet, so it's kind of the same thing.
These won't stand in the court of law. I should know it, didn't
Until
I?
they pull
Before?
out the teddy bear.
The thing is, I never touched the teddy bear, so it doesn't work. It doesn't work in law.
So when you move house, you have to let everybody know in the area that you've moved there.
Yeah, I just do it as a nice gesture to make friends with all the neighbours.
Sure, sir, sure. I'm going to eat my donut now.
What donut you want?
A Greg's triple chocolate donut.
Oh, fuck
I had Greg's for breakfast,
yeah.
so.
I really like their I like their custard donuts.
Where did he go? Sir?
Up the mountain, young ducks. Up
Where?
the mountain.
Up where? Which way?
Out the top right of the cave. Top right of the cave.
Oh, I see. I think. Wasn't out.
Kid friendly says, you know it's been proven that atoms never actually touch each other, so no, Your Honour, I did not touch that child.
Ah, yes. Truly a man of science.
Don't be giving him ideas.
Careful.
Where is young ducks?
Is that Tom?
Young ducks.
Hiya.
Oh, I miss you, young ducks.
I'm just climbing, sir. I'm just making it up, sir.
Oh, nothing happened on the mountain apart from your untimely demise.
What happens on the mountain stays on the mountain, right, sir? That's what you told me, sir.
Indeed. What happens on the mountain stays on the mountain, like your corpse project.
Technically, their corpse fell off the mountain,
You
sir.
didn't think I was going to say that, did you? And my spirit will never be broken.
Sir, technically, their corpse fell off the mountain. So,
Well, then they'll just assume that they died at base camp.
you got poisoned.
just a little bit. Just an itchy, wincy little bit. Just an itchy bitty, tiny, weeny, weeny bit. Yeah, this ghost has been sick in my ear. The ghost talked to Lukey in my ear.
Ducks, where are you?
I think I'm above you. Look, up, hey, hey!
I did add a
I'm up here. Look,
Oh, you've been above me the whole time. Oh, okay. I thought you were below me.
Get
I've been waiting for you. Yeah. Fuck me, right?
turns out, sir, I'm really good at this climbing game. A piton! A piton! A piton!
Oh, un piton!
A piton! Oh, sir, I need your help. I need you to pull a tick off my leg. Sir, I'm poisoned by this tick.
Okay. I'm on my way. Oh.
Funk's been there for a while. It just doesn't work for the 2D stuff.
I think I'm
For
on my way.
this avatar.
Sir, you're going the wrong way, and I'm being poisoned slowly by this tick until you rip it out my leg and eat it.
Oh, there you are.
I'm on my way.
Filthy little bloodsucker. Get out my leg.
Where's the-
Alright, I can do it myself.
Oh, I see the tick.
Oh, got it.
Did you actually just eat it?
Good source of protein, that.
Alright, I remember bonking you. That is a
Piton.
unhinged thing to say, Emma.
Piton!
Béton, béton.
We have more luggage. Second luggage. An antidote. You can probably use
Wait,
that right now.
Yeah, I need that right now. Now you take a hit,
So
sir.
you seem to be too practiced with that noise.
I don't have
Yeah.
space in my backpack, sir. So why does that bottle say lean on it?
He's window lean.
Well, no, we'll never see what it says ever again.
Window lean. Uh-oh.
Give me your
Says-
I said careful.
Okay, where'd that answer go? I'm gonna go get it now.
I got distracted by... Give me your teeth. That's a good donut. Piton! No, I don't need to piton here, I don't think.
Oh, Piton.
Piton! I beat the classics.
Eh, béton, béton.
Oh, here I go, killing again.
Oh boy, here I go
Here I
killing again.
I love killing.
I love killing. I love murdering things. Oh no, my additional stamina's gone. I gotta wait for the poison to off.
It's the rock is wet and slippery.
It's me weeing off this top rock, sir.
Stop pissing.
No, sir, I can't. I'm diabetic. I need to wee all the time.
So he's just marking his territory.
All this mountain's mine, sir. I'm scent marking the entire way up. I've been dragging my gooch all over the mountain, sir.
Define what's in it. The laugh of the bottle can decide that for themselves. So true.
I've been dragging my gooch all over the mountain, sir.
Just gonna be real with myself.
Oh dear. Oh no. Oh dear. Oh no.
Oh, bye, sir. Oh, no. Uh-oh. Is he dead?
I'm getting concerned. Yeah, he's not built.
Oh. Well, looks like it's up to me to complete the mission.
I'm getting concerned over the excessive use of sir.
It's what he asked us to call him. It's better than the time he asked us to call him chef when we weren't in the kitchen.
Yeah, he was not good as a chef.
I will aggressively get up this mountain. So on request is some Daddy Dom territory. I'm struggling here. I think I go this way.
That doesn't make it better, sir. On request is some daddy dom territory. MVP, 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 MVP.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
You're not gonna revive us? Oh, there we go. Oh, that's so too.
Welcome back to life, losers. Bring me
Yeah, right
back to
I
life.
spoke to God and he told me the error of my ways. I retire as a scout leader.
Good.
Wake me up, and I can't wake up, wake
I
me
can't
up,
wake
and
up.
save me.
Save me.
What have
From
I
the
got in there I can do?
nothing I've become.
Yeah, you get
I've gone
marshmallows
up-
at the campfire.
Oh,
A little
yummy.
bit extra
Here you go.
food to help you.
I need to make space.
Yeah,
Okay,
you
Jimmy things.
guys can share the load now.
Haven't we been doing that already, sir?
I'm no longer the scout leader. I'm no longer scout leader. I've retired.
I guess I've
I've
become
seen
the
there
scout
of my
leader.
ways.
The
I spoke
student
to
has
gods
become the
and-
master.
I spoke to God, and God told me that I've been a
That's
bad boy.
messed up.
It looks like the student has become the master. Now, unfortunately, we're going into a very snowy area. So,
Sir,
yes.
I already have a cold. Will this make my cold worse?
It might help you. It'll freeze all the bad antibodies in your body, leaving only the healthy antibodies.
So I don't think that's how that
Like,
works.
Oh, sir, I'm cold.
Find a cave!
Sir.
Find a cave!
Sir.
Huddle up for warmth!
So I
Come
can't
down
feel my
here!
toes.
Crouch with me!
Sir, this isn't helping.
This isn't gonna help at all. We could die here. Oh no, we're fine. Walk it off.
Oh, lovely.
Cold, sir.
Don't know what you're so scared about.
The new cold will cancel out the old cold. No,
Oh,
this
sir,
is
what's this?
absolutely double it for me.
Yeah, we're making the colds battle it out. What have you found there, young Mr. Third of the clan dinner? It's just a tree.
I was nothing, sir. It was just a tree, sir.
Ooh,
Oh,
berries.
sir, what's this?
Eat some orange winter berries. Mmm. These are safe and friendly to eat.
Are you sure about that, sir?
Oh yes, I just ate one myself and it had no adverse effect on.
That sounded so confident, sir.
Right, find a hole. So,
Why?
want to build a snowman?
No.
Bitch, I hope the fuck you do.
Amma's a Balatro addict? Oh no. Oh no.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, wrong way. This way.
That's it. Sir, I found a mushroom.
Oh, eat it. See what happens.
I can't eat it, sir. It's a shell fungus.
Oh, shelf fungus.
Keep it.
Oh. Shove it in your backside. Keep it. Prison pocket.
Oh no.
But sir, if I shove it up my backside and it expands, what? I'll die.
No, you won't. You'll be fine. You'll walk it off.
Sir, where are you?
And I have a
Sir,
flare.
I think we need to go help him.
Marco! Marco!
Hello.
Marco!
Hello.
Marco! Ah! Ah! Into the cave! Marco!
Hi, sir.
Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Oh yeah!
Oh, we're busting it down.
That was a nice moment we all had together.
That was a nice moment we all had together.
Oh, another orange winterberry. Nom, 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 nom. What's this then?
Num num num.
Oh, cold! Oh! Oh! Oh!
Hello, sir.
Hello,
Just
hello.
shove you in the corner.
Help! Crouch!
Sir, you ran right
Crouch.
past another cave, sir.
Crouch!
I'm not getting hit. Ah! Now I am.
Get in the corner.
We're done. We survived.
There's caves all over this place. It's ridiculous. There's a suitcase behind
It's
us.
just like a. It's just like a Catholic nunnery, sir.
Who wants to get that suitcase?
I'll get it, sir.
I will.
No, I will. No, I wanna be his favorite. I'll get it. No, I'll get it.
Shark, welcome. Hello, Raiders.
Hello, Raiders! Hello, Raiders!
Yeah, big luggage. There's a heat and a rope spool.
Ooh! Ah! Cold! Ah! Ah! It's bloody cold down here! Hello, shark! Are you two alive? Did you live? Good. Come on, we're gonna mount it to climb. Hurry up. Ooh, nice music's playing. Come on, scouts, keep up, keep up. Places to be, mountains to climb. I started waving and got ice blasted. I'm over here. I'm over here.
Marco.
Mark, Polo. Polo.
Yeah, there he is.
I didn't die in the cold.
Oh, wind's coming back. Wind's coming back. Wind's coming back.
Don't worry, there's plenty of little caves we can hide down here. Little Cave was my nickname in college. There's so much. Ooh, what's that up here? What's this? What's this? What's this?
There's magic in the, what's this? What's this?
Ooh.
There's something everywhere. I don't know what the actual lyrics are.
Didn't mean to actually throw that there, but hey, it works.
If you say so, sir. I'm so cold, sir.
Well, I wasn't getting hit until literally that moment, so... I sit down here, maybe?
Thank you, sir.
Process! Are you alive?
Yeah.
Good. My spacebar's stuck again. Damn it, stupid spacebar. You build your own keyboard and the spacebar just wants to break all the time. No, no, no! Oh, my orange berry. Where's Master Third? Where? There you are. He's down below.
He was over there.
He's down below.
Yes, sir.
Master Third, we have a mountain to climb. Let's go. Into the caves, everyone. Into the caves. The wind's picking up. Into the caves. We seem to have lost Master Third again, but I'm sure he'll be fine. As we take our exploratory time into the caves.
I wait to see the goats disappear around us.
No, last time I was on one of these pitons, it crashed and caused me to die. So do not trust them. These pitons are built of evil. These evil pitons. Uh-oh. Oh, I hope one of you's got that first aid kit, because I'm going to need it. I hope one of you has a first aid kit, because I'm going to need it. Grab my hand. Grab my hand. Pull me up. Thank you. Do I have it?
You sound so far in the distance, sir. I didn't expect you to be right behind me. You have a nasty habit of sneaking up on us, sir.
Whew.
Ouch.
I feel better.
That stinks.
Dinky, but in a good way. It healed me. Oh, this is very cold on the hands. Ay, 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 yeah. Ay, caramba. Ooh, ooh, ah, ooh, ooh. Cold.
I can no longer make it up this mountain.
Peek. Wait, I have an idea. If you can't get up, let me put this. Here? Nope, I missed. That went wrong. That went wrong. That I made a mistake. Ignore me.
So I don't think that was what you wanted to do.
Yeah, it was pretty bad on it. Should we put it?
I'm doing 8.
Where are you, young process? I can't see you to be putting down this rope. What if I just put it there? Does that work? Do you see the rope?
I see the rope, I just don't know where my bag is.
It's on your back.
Oh,
Gotta be careful,
You're
Sudir.
like holding it with your arms
I
backwards.
don't think I'm gonna make this. Like, my stamina is just shot. And I can't see anything.
Uh-oh. Please don't, both of you don't die. I'm going up because I need to find food. Orange berry? Don't mind if I do.
Oh, I have a first aid kit.
No, no, no! Oh. Am I gonna get blasted here or am I safe? Oh, we're safe. We're in the mountain. Are you good?
Oh no! Sir, Bert passed away.
He passed away?
You had the chance to save me. It's up to you.
What? Why is it on me?
I'm gonna haunt you for the rest of your life.
Process, did you murder third?
The rest of your natural life.
No, I didn't!
Ah! I can hear him now, sneezing in my ear and coughing at the same time. Oh yeah.
Hi.
Please tell me Process isn't dead down there.
They're not in very good shape, but they're not dead.
Oh, that's good. Right, I'm going on without them. Bye, Process. Good luck. Find your way up if you can.
Oh.
Survival of the fittest and all
Oh,
that.
this is a true scummy.
Well, this isn't going well. There we go.
There's some fruit up here. You should eat. Should eat this fruit.
Where's the fruit? On the tree?
No, on the mountain. What are those little blue things?
They are not fruit.
You should eat them. You should eat them.
They're not fruit.
You should eat them.
You just want me to die, don't you?
You should eat them.
Whoa. Ugh. Oh, cold! Oh, cold on my hands, cold on my feet. Oh! Uh oh, this is bad. These are bad holes. Woohoo! Well, I can't see anything now. This is just. I'm blinded. I'm blinded by snow and also a massive ghost's face that died because they're weak. What kind of scout troop are you? Kind of scout troop can't climb a bloody mountain. Disgraceful. Who raised you? Who taught you? I bet it was that previous scout master. Did one of you guys just give me a kiss? Oh. Soft, cold feeling of dead lips on my cheek motivates me further. Reminds me of my dead wife, this does.
Did you kill her, sir?
No.
Yes.
She died of the big C, fellas. The big C. Chlamydia.
Oh. Oh. That did not go where I thought it was gonna go.
Why, what do you think I was going to say? Cataracts? Nobody dies of cataracts, you fool. And I don't know anybody that's died of a canker sore either. And only animals get illnesses from conjunctivitis.
Well, that's not true, sir.
I'm running out of C's here. I'm running out of C's.
So, did she have this cystic fibrosis?
I don't think she... maybe. I didn't check.
I didn't check.
I think I've climbed myself into a corner here.
You can climb yourself out the corner, sir.
Oh, it's cold. Ew. Ew.
You know, so you'd survive a lot better if you just didn't climb into the corner.
Sorry, dead person says what?
He does.
What?
Whoa,
That was really cool, sir.
risky moves.
Oh, there's some more luggage over there, sir, in the distance, on the mountainside. You should go get it.
It's really convenient that everyone's luggage on the plane happens to have instruments.
Piton!
Piton!
So many pitons on the mountain. Oh, feel the breeze! Doesn't it wake you up early in the morning? Yeah, lovely.
Oh, I love a step breeze in the morning.
I'm haunted by the Scottish man named Willie. Where's that luggage? I've lost sight of it.
I got haunted by a Scottish Willie named man.
Where's that luggage?
It's beneath you, sir. To your left, down there, yeah. No, you're yeah, left now. There you go, sir.
Timing, perfect timing.
Oh. Hey, Precious, do you need this?
No.
That'd be really fucking useful, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it, sir? That'd be really fucking useful right now, wouldn't it?
Yes, it'd be really nice.
Yeah,
For
I bet you
fuck's
would
sake,
fucking
it
do that
just
right
fell
now,
off it just fell off the mountain because I couldn't put the backpack down. Oh, it's gone. It fell. It rolled off. My This reminds me of my third wife. Her name was Dinner.
She fall down the cliff, sir.
She didn't fall.
Her name is Dina.
Yeah, my third wife, Dina. Cold! Just like her Brythe. She was a venomous woman who could spit hot bars and ice cold liners. I really wish I hadn't used that chain bolt now, because I could have easily gotten up on the other side.
You got
Damn.
a rope cannon, sir, that you could use.
This is true, but I've got nowhere to launch it where I can get across properly.
Oh, that sounds like a skill issue, so.
Show you a bloody skill issue. I'll show you. I'll show you. I'll show you.
Shoot it up, sir, and then you can climb up, and then you can get across from there. Oh, you've already shot it. Oh, you shot his load too early. So is that why your wife left you?
One of the many reasons. Oh shit! All I've got is pitons.
Could you never satisfy her, so.
Well, that's
Did
what
you
she
leave for
said, but
another
my
man, sir?
other men.
Other men, Slar.
Was it the milkman?
Fuck it.
Your son
Ah,
looked
I
nothing
missed.
like you.
I missed. Oh, oh. Oh. What a
Sir,
shot.
grab my bandages, sir. Grab them. Grab the bandages. They're right there. Sir,
Bandages, sir!
sir, they're right there. Grab the bandages, sir. Sir, wake up, sir. Sir, wake up.
As if I landed on the fucking bandages. I can't believe I landed on the fucking bandages.
That was oversensitive.
I landed on the fucking bandages of all things. Of all
To
things to
tease
fall
you.
down the mountain, I landed on the fucking bandages. Right, we did it again, but this time we all survive.
I cannot do another one, I'm afraid. Thanks so much for having me. This has been pretty fun.
No problem. Hey, he's gone already.
I was very silly and I forgot that if I left, I wouldn't be able to talk to you guys anymore. So, okay, bye from the Discord. Bye, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye, third.
Hang out with us.
Yeah, good fun times. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Oh man, I messed up that command. What? Oh, I see. I'll get this command correctly eventually. There we go. Are you ready to do another? Do you want to do another?
Yeah, I want to do another.
Okay, let's go.
I'm just sorting out a redeem that was asked. Oh shit. Well, you got those points back, so it's... I love how the passport is a crab with a knife. Oh, can I get a drink before we start, please?
Yeah, sure. You get me one?
What would you like? I've got some Pepsi, some juice.
I'll have a Pepsi.
I love a Pepsi. I'm afraid it's caffeine free because this is what I have to drink.
Ooh, just finished drinking a Red Bull, so I should be fine.
Okay, I'll get you some caffeine free Pepsi. There you go. You got your Pokemon as well, guys.
Woohoo!
Right, now please, let me go get a drink. My throat hurts.
I'll entertain you, chat.
Thank you.
I'll stand here and dance. Put the passport away. Dancing for your enjoyment, chat room. There we go. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, 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 yeah. Ooh, ooh. How's your day been, chat room? You had a good Sunday morning? Nice and relaxed Sunday morning? Chat room. Name that new Pokemon. Wait. Is that point? I just see this. Do you know that new Pokemon? Do you know what that Pokemon is? You guys don't know what the new Pokemon is? Its name begins with an S. And it looks like a kitty. That would make it a ska. I'm gonna let you guys fill in the blank here. Then we get to the S. It looks like a kitty. That makes it a skitty. Well done, Emma. Well done. It's a skitty. Yes, it's with scoliosis the skitty. We like our scoliosis the skitty. Do you know what happens when we evolve scoliosis the skitty? They become stronger and prettier. Well done, chat room. Who's that Pokemon? Boom, boom, boom. It's scoliosis. They become scat. They become scat. I'm the scat man. Skip-a-dibba-doop-bop-bop-boop. Skip-boop-bop-boop. Skip-a-dibba-doop-bop-boop-bop-boop. I'm the scat man. Skip-a-dibba-doop-bop-boop-bop-boop. Skip-a-dibba-bop-bop-boop. Skip-a-dibba-boop. Skip-a-dibba-bop-bop-boop. I'm the scat man. Now that's real entertainment. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Where's my video? Am I on the right microphone for this thing? I am. So I'm just checking my in-stream stuff. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No, I broke it. No, I broke it. Okay, we're good. Fixed it. Turns out if you minimize it, it hides it for some reason. Who knew? Because this morning when I started this stream, my webcam broke. My entire PC crashed. But here we are. Starting the day. Fresh. Had 4 aces and it clicks and discard. Ooh, an amateur mistake to make when playing Balatro. Have you beaten a stake in Balatro yet? Like, have you beaten white stake? Do you need training by the great Dux and Kipperman? Because Kipperman is also... You started like an hour ago. Oh, okay, so yeah, you got a lot to learn. Work on unlocking jokers before you try and do stakes. And then start working on stakes. Jokers are really easy to unlock, so they're incredibly strong. Oh, I can take third dinner at my title now. Goodbye, third. Speaking with process. 2 straights in a row, so I was fine. Let's move that up there. Not trying to do anything. Well, you should be trying to beat each stake. Right, chat. I will be right back. If process asks, I know they have a wireless headset. I quickly ran to the loot and say hello to family.
I get back as soon as he says that. I get back as soon as he says that. That's fucking hilarious. Just when I bring him some Pepsi too. Damn. Get some good Pepsi. I'll take his Pepsi. No. It's in the fridge waiting for him. You can't have his Pepsi. And neither can you, Sonata, if you're still here. You can't have the Pepsi either. What's going on in the world of Discord whilst we wait?
Oh yeah, girl, pour that Pepsi in my ear. Right in the ear canal. Right in there. I want to hear the bubbles. I keep your chat entertained. They guessed the name of the new Pokemon because they didn't know it. So we have to give them a round of applause. If there was a clapping one, I'd give them a clap. So I'm just gonna cross my arms.
What was the thing?
So I gave them the prompt that it began with S and it looks like a kitty. Therefore it makes the Pokemon.
Skitty?
Yeah. Which then Amma determined that if Skitty evolves, that turns it into... No. If it begins with an S and it looks like a kitty and it evolves, it becomes Scat.
Oh, I hate you. How dare you try and ruin my favorite Pokemon?
Hello again, Kipperman. Okay, we've just started. Would you like to join us? Oh yeah, and
Scoliosis.
yes, Skitty's name's Scoliosis. Would you like to join us, Kip?
Ruin my favorite Pokemon. At what point did you hate me? Trail mix.
Perhaps. Ooh. Ooh, we'll sit here then and we shall wait. We are in Cook right now, if you would like to join.
Lantern.
Bandages, granola bar, sports drink, water!
Let's go.
Let's freaking go! I'll take you on the mountain, Kipperman.
I'd love to take you.
Play me sweet tunes. Oh yes, I can salute to the Queen to this. Long live the Queen. Oh, that's gonna be a Spotify hot single, that is.
Oh, it's
I'll have a go now.
the money for that's gonna be used for AI purposes.
Oh, it sounded awful. Ugh.
We should probably put this in there.
Where is he? Where is he on my list? He's offline. I'm gonna find him and I'll go right click and I can invite him to watch. Hold my hand. Hold my hand.
I want to hold your hand. Ah.
What's the thing from Blade Runner? Being interlinked?
I don't know, I never watched it. Hey, yo, he joined!
Whoa. He joins right as it collapsed too. Right, I should be able to invite him into the game when he's loaded it. Together. Sure, day one.
Let's go.
I can't believe
Show us online,
I
Kip.
was able to make it. I can't believe the famous Kipperman was able to make it.
I'm in my ego mode right now. I can't do that. Da-da-da. Is my mic working? Yes. Okay, that's an improvement
Yes,
from last
Queen.
time where it
Yes.
broke.
Yes, Queen.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, Queen.
Peak updated, peak updated. Oh.
Not Bing Bong.
Hmm?
Look at him go. Aww. What if it changes the noise if you spin around whilst playing the trumpet? No. It doesn't. Oh, boring. Alright, when he joins, we have to bully him. We've got to pick on him. Call him mean things and push him over. Who's this nerd? Who's this nerd? Push his face into the sand. Push his face into the sand. Push his face into the sand. Eat the sand.
Eat the sand. Eat the sand. Eat
You're currently stuck in the floor. This is probably what happened to you.
No.
Right, there you go.
I am...
There you go.
Where am I to? I think we're somewhere else. Why is there a...
No, we're stood next to you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you see us now?
So,
you were
I
stood.
think we're in West India House. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, I think he's talking about food. He's talking
it's
to his
fine.
mom. We'll leave him to plan out his dinner.
My dad phoned me as I was joining. So I was then on the phone to my dad and muted in Discord, but couldn't mute here.
Yep.
But
We got to hear your
I'm
plans.
here
I'm
for
sorry about that.
content now.
Yeah, we ran off to not listening to your plans too much.
Yeah. How's it going, fuckers?
Good, but I don't think I can hear Process. Process, say something. Oh no, I can.
No, I can hear them.
Let's go. Let's try
They
and
screamed at us.
climb this mountain again. This will be my third time up this mountain today. This is going to start as a solo climb and then turn into a duo climb and then a trio climb.
Then back to a duo climb and then to a trio climb
Wait,
again.
it was going to be a duo and then turn back into a trio. And now we just need a fourth and we'll have a quad climb. A squad quad.
Where'd third go?
He had to go. He's got plunge.
Cringe.
Yeah.
The fact that I rushed home from where I was to try and join.
You didn't have to do that. I'm going to go for a while today, I think.
Oh, he's gonna go for a while, is he?
Go for a while. Not Suki's 9 hours long out of nowhere while, but a while. Oh, I haven't got enough stamina to go that just
Mm.
chat.
Process,
Yeah.
how long are you streaming today? Are you going for a while as well?
I do not know. I'll have to see how I feel.
How's the cold treating you?
Not good.
Not
It's
good.
taking me out at times. So
Getting whapped
Have you
out.
drank 3 bottles of Calpol yet?
no. Haven't gone that
Do
far
that.
yet.
You should do that. Drink all the
Shut
Calpol.
Anybody want some trail mix?
Already got some.
I'll eat some.
Shove it in
Or
your
take
mouth.
some.
There you go.
No. Not the only thing you can shove in my mouth.
Aha, nom, ahaha, nom, ahaha. We don't take energy drinks, we're on a health cleanse.
Speak for yourself.
I mean, I did start the stream drinking a Red Bull. And eating a chicken bake. And then a yum yum. And then a donut.
Well, the only thing that I've eaten today is leftover calamari, so...
Oh. Oh my god. Ugh. Leftover calamari.
What do you mean,
Leftover
Yeah.
calamari though. Like, fresh calamari, sure. Leftover calamari sounds like you're asking for food poisoning.
If I die, I die. I don't know what to tell you.
I know that you don't die eating leftover calamari, but oh, you missed a whole good bit. We had third as a scoutmaster, but he was
I
a
saw,
naughty.
'cause I told you to kill him.
Oh yeah, he was a naughty scoutmaster. It went very far. It was a good bit. There was many
He
funny
was a naughty
times.
scum.
I made
Had
him.
without me here.
I made him very much laugh a lot by saying I was going to become a postman.
What is that?
We made a joke between being left-leaning and right-leaning for going around this little path, and I said I've gone left, and then he was trying to make process turn right, and that I'm not joining the right wing. I'm going to become a postman
Oh.
because postmen are notoriously left-leaning.
I've never heard this stereotype before, but
This way is easier. Whoop. Boing, whip. Boing, whip.
oh, he's over there.
Yeah, you can climb down, like you can slide down the mountain, go and then walk your way around and use barely any stamina. And then just climb this little bit here.
Yes, I stayed at someone's house yesterday evening. So that's why I was here. Yeah.
Check you. Dirty stop out.
I know. Dirty stop out, what do you mean?
Dirty stop out, stopping at someone's house. Right, it was literally this bit where it was like a choice between going left and going right. To get around this spiky. Because you can just climb
Wow,
on the
we're
left side.
literally
Right
here.
side. Yeah, this is it. This is why I made him laugh. Sometimes I still hear him laugh. Ooh.
Can I have the grapple hook?
Yeah, I'm having the first aid kit though. And then... Oh, I've exaggerated this a little bit. We can go this way, and we can go this way. Wait, is Del Kitty really your favourite Pokemon process?
It's skitty, but yeah.
Ah. We all know what mine is. I'm not going to go through what mine is. No, I could go through my favourite Gen 3,
Oh,
which is
that
Lotad.
came up yesterday, actually.
Cool. Either Lotad's family, or I actually really like Corfish. As a Gen 3.
So you remember the other night where we were talking about your lactose intolerance and me feeding you a shitload of dairy product and then gluing a Poliwhirl Poliwhirl plush to your ass? That may have come up over.
How does that come up?
yesterday.
How does that of all things come up? Oh, by the way, I said this funny thing. I was gonna make my friend shit on a Poliwhirl. Brother, how does that come up in
I think it's
conversation?
more than. I believe the word is erupt. You would not be shitting, you would be erupting on it.
Words I have now learned a new hate for. Also, I'm just gonna do this real quick.
What? What erupt?
There you go. Any wounds you might have had are now healed.
And my frames are dropping?
It was a lot of particle graphics, so I wouldn't be surprised.
Nerds! Nerds! Talking about particle graphics on my mountain. No, 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 no,
Okay.
no. No! No!
He's fine.
Yeah, I lived. I'm fine.
Is it worth it?
It was very funny for the bit, yeah.
Where do we go from here? Process you back there.
The answer to that is up. Right, I've got the fun problem. I'm gonna figure out how from here to get up to you guys. Oh, I'm using up my extra energy. From me feeling extra, I got that extra energy. Bip bip bip. Ba 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 ba.
The funny little noises that you make. Are you humming the Addams Family tune there? No, I thought Ducks was.
Very briefly for a little bit, but not all of it.
That's
I've been listening. One of the mixes that I've got set up for one of the intros is a Pink Panther Addams Family crossover with the lyrics from Danger Mouse. But it's not 10 minutes long, so I need to
much.
find something to partner with it. Yeah, I know you young
I used
babies
to
don't
have
know
a
Danger
teacher
Mouse.
called Mist. No, I do. I actually do know Danger Mouse.
Oh, I'm
so-
glad. Danger Mouse used to only show on
Just being
BBC 1 and
ageist.
2. Damn right I am. Babies. Though, I don't know how I got it in my
Well,
head
you
that you were
touched
21.
me, so that means you touch babies.
Not again. Not again. What is it with
Not
this
going
part of the
out ever
mountain?
again.
What is it with this part of the mountain and that sort of thing? No, I got it in my head. I don't know why I got it in my head that you were 21 when you're not. You're 24.
I'm
Like,
24,
Yeah, I don't know why I got it in my head you were
I know
21
that
and
I'm-
you know.
I do look somewhat younger for my age, but not that much younger, I
Yeah.
don't think.
I don't know what it was. I got it in my head. I think I also was like misremembering Abby's age as well because I just assumed that Abby was like,
Abby's the same age as me.
I know. Ghost's not much older than you two. And
It's like, what, 25, 26?
yeah. And I'm 28, turning 29 this year. Ugh.
Can't wait for my invite to your party.
Yeah, party, right. I totally won't be working for my 29th birthday.
You can do something at the weekend. I'll come up to Birmingham for it.
Birmingham.
I'll
I'd like
travel
to.
all that way to see
I'd like to. I just
see the ducks.
you know, I don't really celebrate my birthdays. I'm one of those types of people.
Nor do I. I'm not really a birthday celebratory type.
My friends are. They like to. All right. There's 2 marshmallows and there's 3 of us, but there's another backpack, so I'm gonna get the special tool.
You already are a special tool.
All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. Pandora's lunchbox. Anything can happen at Pandora's lunchbox. Somebody can light the fire. The marshmallow.
Nope. It's good. It's
Oh.
done the thing where it breaks because I joined.
Oh, I guess I just used Pandora's lunchbox. Ooh, slightly poisoned. Ah, I'm on fire. Okay. One last try. Oh, I am like very much on fire. Well, we've climbed this mountain multiple times and we've got to this point and now we're stuck.
Once again,
I really wish they'd fix this.
damn, those silly developers are not doing their job.
Oh, I guess we eat all the snacks and we do it again. Just eating and using everything. I got so much energy, but we had very fast. Woohoo! Oh, you
Jump off
sleepy.
the mountain.
Where's the best way down to get the most amount of distance?
I survived.
I've survived 2 jumps off the mountain now. I'm going for a 3rd one. I want to get as many things on the way. Oh! I've got some stamina back. Okay, I'll be fine. Where's the bit that goes all the way down to the bottom? Is it here? Here's the gap. Oh, I think this is it. Damn it. Why can't I die? Die already!
He roped me into this. Oh yeah, well he roped me into this.
I'm still alive. Why can't I die?
You were the first person to throw themselves off a mountain, and you were the last one to die.
I'm stuck here too. But hey,
Jump into the water.
there's a suitcase. There's an invisible wall there.
Don't.
Nah, I can see that he's gonna, yeah. There we go.
Or just. That's very lucky.
Brunk. The way that shout echoed at the end then it was crazy.
What, mine?
That meh, it just echoed. So crazy. Apparently I unlocked a new mouth. I didn't unlock a new mouth. Ooh. I want to suck your blood. I want to suck. Oh, your eyeballs. Amma, I don't like bananas. I'm not sucking bananas. I want to suck something.
I'm glad you're fully embracing yourself.
I want to suck.
I'm the crip behind the slaughter.
Oh.
Did you? Look at me, ducks. I'm the crip behind the slaughter. I'm the
No. West Side's never been the same since. You son, West Side.
The drive-by of 87.
He wasn't even born yet. I want to suck. Jesus Christ.
What?
Just wait 1 second.
I don't even know what I did to get this.
Stand next to me. We can look at
By
process.
shooting of 87.
Yeah. We can just stand here, crossed arms, look at you. You can join our gang. Are you a crip or a blood? Process? Crip or blood, huh? They don't know. They don't know. They don't know about Crips versus Bloods. You know, with us stood with our arms crossed, looking back to each other, to stop the world from devastation.
Yeah.
Right, do you not know the
Team
rest of
Pond.
Yeah. What's to
Team
say?
Pond.
Beat him up!
Stop it!
Crips to the mountain! Crips to the mountain!
Unite.
Team Pond unite! We have to catch ourselves a Pikachu! Process, you can be the equivalent.
Yeah, I agree.
You could be the equivalent of our Meowth, but you could be a Skitty. So, you know, it's like,
Process
you know,
being on the Minecraft world.
we could get processed in on the Minecraft world if they want to join. It just depends when the Minecraft world is going to be activated, because I've done part of my stuff but not sent it. I've not told them I've done it like anything properly yet. I did it Friday. I did a lot of it Friday.
Yeah,
Some
I
bits-
remember you said that.
Yeah, in the gaps in between.
Just being on Meowth equivalent. Jeez.
Yeah, but they have to be skitty.
Yeah. I can see Process being a skitty.
It's their favorite Pokemon.
Look at them. Look at their energy. Look at the energy.
If
they
Process is
exert-
skitty, make sure they
exert.
don't evolve. So we've got to shove an Everstone in Process somewhere. Process, how good are you at holding things in your armpits?
Pretty good actually.
Oh, good. Right, that's where the Everstone's going. Yoink.
No!
Sucker! No! Press the wrong button. Hey, if you want him, you're gonna have to catch me. Hee hee hoo hoo.
Keeps making
Bye,
noises.
bye. Stay back, stay back. I have a gun.
No.
I have a gun.
No.
Oh.
No. No, you don't.
You don't. Hello. I agree. Where's Duck? Duck's around.
Jerking in a corner?
Yeah.
The only bit I heard because of the echo.
Did you not hear me scream at Oh Merry Men?
I heard the Omega Men bit, but I just didn't know how to respond to that because I couldn't remember the funny bit that goes with that.
It's
Uh,
from
then
Shrek.
I know it doesn't it turn into song after that.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I ain't good with songs.
Aren't you?
I'm over here.
Where they meet you in the shimmy. When the lights turn down.
Careful ducks, careful ducks, careful ducks, careful ducks.
Oh, no, did that wrong. There we go.
Hang on, give me a minute.
Rope spoon and
59,
energy drink.
58, 57, 56, 55, 54, 53, 52, 51, 50, 49,
Why are you
48,
counting?
47, 46, 45. This will give him a minute. 43, 42, 41, 40, 39, 38, 37, 36, 35, 34, 33, 32, 31, 30, 29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You said to give you a minute. I gave you a minute.
Oh. You're so funny.
Oh, I know. Comedy genius over here.
Comedian.
Took her to the penthouse and I goofed it.
You goofed it?
I goofed it. Seen neon on my Genesis to like Evangelion.
Thank you, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cha, bro. Cha. Thanks, brah. Cha. Yeah.
I'm like the pigeon from the store.
The pigeon from what?
You like me now?
Storks? Storks?
I ain't seen it. I ain't never heard of it.
What was that?
What was that?
I had a really deep thing.
Oh, that was a burp.
Oh, was that you?
Wasn't me.
Can't believe it.
I'm not allowed to burp on Process's streams anymore.
What?
Been
I never
banned.
said that.
Yeah, no, you
No,
gotta
he's
get.
doing it to himself.
Yeah, you gotta get paid if I'm gonna burp on your stream. They gotta be gifting subs. You can use it for content, but they gotta pay for it. You know, I gave you premium A to Z content of burps, not a single clip. And I wasn't about to clip it myself because I could just do it to myself in the mirror.
There's a lot of things you can do to yourself in the mirror.
I know. Like a sim, I practice my speeches in the mirror.
Like a sim. That's because you're an NPC.
Oh, I feel like I should kill myself after that one. Jesus. Oh, ouchie. I'm just a side character in your two's main stories.
No, you're the one streaming right now, and I'm not. So if anything, I'm the NPC right now.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
But
why did
I'm
the spiky?
self-aware.
You trying to say I'm not self-aware?
Depends who you ask, I guess. We must save my family.
I feel I'm pretty self-aware.
Jump.
I'm a caricature
Yeah.
of myself at times, but
To jump, press the jump button.
press the any key to continue. Which key's the any key? Which
find
key?
it.
My keyboard doesn't have an any key. It has an insert and it has an end, but it doesn't have an any key.
It has an ampersand.
It has an asterisk. I feel like I've made a mistake going this way. I feel like that something's gone wrong here. I feel like I've gone in the wrong direction.
Don't have a Panic at the Disco.
Are we usually up there? Oh no, oh no.
The bridge exploded.
The bridge.
Usually up on the double bridge.
It's how do we get up there though?
Oh.
Tired are we?
I don't know.
Get up on
Yeah.
Oh, I see where we go. Yeah. Wait, you get this way here. Yup. Daboosh.
Got,
Ooh. Ooh.
got a problem with me being
Ooh.
tired.
Ooh, yeah. Uh oh.
Stop sniffing my ass, bro.
Sniffing your feet, actually. Sniffing your
Good
feet,
one.
actually. They were closer.
But there's poop on them.
Actually, I'm sniffing your feet.
Take my head.
My phone.
I don't have any stamina. Give me a minute.
Give you a minute. 59. 58.
Shut up.
Don't. Not again.
Open wide. Here comes the airplane.
Nom,
Ew.
nom, 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 nom.
They hit the second tower. Holy shit.
The trail mix hit the second tower.
Is trail mix a racial word these days? I don't know.
Jesus.
You want to call them that, I guess. You
Oh
wanna call them
no.
that, I guess.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh, bye bye affiliateship. Oh, sorry, Twitch. He's thrown that one in the gutter for me, hasn't he? He's done me in on that one.
Yep.
As the man who reports, I must report this.
Is the man who-
Oh, do you
Got
have
someone
you?
banned off Darktide.
Yeah, I got someone banned off Darktide. And it tells you the hours played and like the currency spent, like total amount in dollars. 400 hours played, $160 spent. They got a permanent
You
ban.
got him banned.
I got permanently banned. Also, do you know how many people I've had banned off Twitch? Have you heard
No.
that? Like, I don't. Have I not told either of you? Right. So I'm one of those people that reports bots when they appear in people's channels and post about buying viewers and stuff. So I recently crossed over 860 people banned on Twitch for botting,
Wow. Yeah.
for using bots as chatbots. So you could say I'm doing my part for the community.
Being a narc.
Damn right. Morale boost. Let's go. What do we get?
I agree, process.
Ooh. A fairy lantern.
Lantern.
I don't know what this does. It's a fairy lantern. Oh, this next bit's a really hard bit. Getting up this mountain's difficult. I lost 2 good scouts last time I went up this mountain.
I bet you did.
You know there is an arc in Narc, so why don't you show me your arc?
Okay. It's in my
Sick
leg.
now. You killed him.
I'll show you my arc. Arc Raiders coming out later this year. Arc Raiders, the game that I'll be playing on stream and dropping everything else on my schedule to play over and over and over. Arc Raiders. I wish I was joking. That
What is
game's
that?
gonna.
Oh, wait, yeah.
It's a looter shooter.
The extraction shooter.
Yeah, I'm excited.
I remember you trying to get me to get the alpha, and I applied for it and didn't get it, and then I cried myself to sleep a lot. And yeah,
It's no
all your
different.
fault actually, does.
It's no different to usual. That you crying yourself to sleep.
Yeah.
God.
Process fucking fell.
Yeah, they've passed out.
Oh, process died.
Wait, I can fix this. I can fix this. I can fix this. See? I said I could fix this. I brought you back to life.
If you have a burnt marshmallows.
I've made many mistakes going in this direction, and I'm going to keep making them as I adventure forwards.
For fuck's sake, can we not go the right way?
You tell me what the right way is, Kip, and we'll go. Alright? Oh. Smooth with it. I'm slick with it.
Ah, well.
I'm slick with it. I'm slick with it. Oh yeah, I'm slick with it, and I was rewarded with luggage. Ooh, a rope cannon. Yoink.
Another one. This rain is a different colour.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
This ain't good rain. I'm
Yeah.
coming! climbing, I'm climbing, I'm climbing. Oh, this looks scary. Oh, and climb, and climb, and climb, and climb. Whew.
Taylor didn't almost fall off there.
Climb to me. I got you. Gotta keep an eye on him. We don't want to lose him. Point at him.
You can do it, kid.
So I climbed that tree to your left and then jumped, so it gave me a bit more of a boost. No, you can, if you walk backwards a bit, you can jump on the leaves and climb the outside of the leaves. There we go. He's a professional, you know. I hear he's climbed a couple mountains.
He has climbed a couple
So-
mountains. He doesn't know these mountains.
Oh, he doesn't know these mountains, no, but... Whoa! Just been down one mountain, you've been down them all.
You what?
Once you've been up one mountain, you've been up them all pretty much, right? Right? That's how that works?
Tates.
He yearned for the mountains. True. He yearns. His loins yearn for the mountain.
I watched all of Cyberpunk Edge Runners last night.
Good, innit? I love it.
Again.
Hey, I'm
And I also
In another
watched
channel.
Saw X.
Oh, could somebody pull the bug off my leg? That little baby on my
Let
leg.
it get
Thank you.
giant, bro. Giant hit.
Oh, it's lovely.
Protein.
Is blank just useless, or is there more to it? Blank?
Black, bro, by the sound of it.
And so blank Joker.
If I
If I had to guess.
blank voucher.
Oh, the empty voucher. Oh, yeah, it is, but it's later on. You buy it for a chance later on for a better voucher to appear that's really good.
But you need to buy it 10 times before that.
Oh, yeah, you do. So, yeah, you might as well buy it every time you see it then. I forgot about blank voucher. Passing that information through Process's stream to Amma because Amma's not got my stream open. Or has, but is chatting through Process's chat.
Heartless.
Couldn't afford it. Ooh. It is shared chat, but they're in Process's chat, not mine. Doesn't mean they can hear me if I walk away. Ah. He's crossing the streams.
We're crossing frames.
Pissing.
I was trying to find a way to make it a piss joke, and I couldn't figure it out.
Just say pissing.
I messed up.
This
Ooh.
house is bitching.
Oh,
I didn't press E.
Ah.
I'm fine, but I didn't press E.
I think that mine would have gotten you far.
E.
Hey.
Oh, that's bees! Oh, I forgot about the bees. This is the way I went last time. We're roughly in the area where I was last time where I got up to the top.
Oh shit.
Oh shit, these.
My 180 potential needs to be studied. Oh, Christ.
Oh no. Ah, bees! Ah!
Not the bees!
Not the bees! Not the bees!
Process.
Not, oh no, yeah, they're dead. They're dead.
Oh, yeah,
You-
there's a ghost
Ba, ba, da, ba.
I'm higher than leaving.
Ba, ba, do, boo.
If you brand on me.
Boom, 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 boom. Lips
Oh, the
as
waterfall
sweet
doesn't do
as
anything to you.
candy. The taste is on my mind. Oh, you just don't
Lips
realize.
as sweet as candy deep inside of me. What a, what a mix up.
Froggy luggage.
Remedial shroom, remedial shroom, remedial shroom.
I mean, yeah, I already have one on me. I just don't know where your body is, and it won't bring you back to life. Wait.
I didn't say bring me back to life. I'm just more thinking get it on you.
Oh no!
Oh. There goes that.
What did he do?
I dropped my rope cannon and trying to put it in my bag because I'm not very good at bag management on this.
You're
I
right there,
kind of
bro.
want to figure out what. What if this is what I think it does?
Looks like
Oh, it heals. Oh, neat.
Got that green magic. Here we go!
The ghost is even scared of what we're about to do.
Devious.
Inside my cave hole. Inside my cave hole.
You don't have a cave hole.
What do I have then?
No cave hole?
What do I have then, if not a cave hole?
Golf
tight-
hole.
My tight little cave hussy.
Yeah, it's a golf ball hole. Score that hole in one.
Let's go. Right, there's an achievement for climbing to the top of one of the big trees, so I'm gonna try and get it now.
I've already got it.
I need to do that. So,
I kind of cheated it, but I got it.
why did you use a vine to get to the top of one?
No.
How did you cheat then?
So I got above it anyway,
Oh, and then dropped onto it.
and then just jumped on that.
Oh, this is a scary climb. I got a lot of energy here just to be able to do this, but Jesus Christ, the rain made that so much worse. It was the worst time to try and do that.
Guess what I have, lads?
Oh, I was so scared then.
Like, Scoob, I'm shitting brick.
Like, cause I'm school.
Jinky Scoob.
Zoinks.
Why did
the
my
man
stamina
behind the
recharge?
Oh,
They'll learn to respect me, Scoob. If I just do this one thing, they'll respect me. It was me, Scoob. I flew the plane.
Oh, I heard the second tower.
My body detached from the head, then I'm pretty sure. The way that my arms and legs moved.
Meeting a cornetto right now.
Ooh. Oh, I thought I didn't get that then. Holy! No, not the bloody rain again!
hey.
Oh,
You what?
I meet a cornetto.
A cornet, eh?
what flavour cornetto?
Mid stock chip.
Oh, the best one.
You can't eat because it has dairy in it.
Don't remind me.
Harry.
I can't.
Lactose.
Achievement. Reach the top of a really big tree. Sports drink. That's my reward.
To be fair, I can't have blueberries. So.
I'd rather be able to drink milk and not eat blueberries than vice versa. But
Mints.
yeah, I need some food.
There's mints right there you can eat.
It's not. Oh, there we go. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. I'm gonna go and see downstairs if there's any ice cream actually.
Don't you roll off now, mushroom. Thank you. I know I have
I'm so full of rope launchers.
I have Angel Delight ice cream just downstairs.
Oh hell yeah!
You made processed coom.
Let's go! First word of my life.
Never had it.
First person ever.
You've made me come plenty of times. What do you mean?
Not directly, indirectly when you're jerking off to my photos.
I don't see the difference. This is.
I thought he krilled his
No, I didn't commit suicide.
I took it to the penthouse and I krilled it.
I had a whale of the time as I krilled it.
Yeah, yeah. No. Okay, we're fine.
Did you
I
have
had a
shrimp
whale
fried
of a
rice afterwards?
I can't believe I shrimp fried this rice.
I'm telling me
Telling me,
calamari this.
telling me a crab fried this rice. How'd it do it? Side to side? I'm praying it stops
Like the
raining
song
soon.
by Ariana Grande.
Thank God it did stop raining. Woohoo!
Calamari?
So,
What's her number?
Starbucks, your sizes are tall, funky, and
I still hate that it's venti.
Venti, sauce.
Venti from Genshin Impact or whatever. I don't know.
calamari. What's said number? I don't know. Ask Kipper, they know.
It's the character from Cuphead that I accidentally beat flawlessly. I don't know.
That's Calamaria.
Yeah, same thing.
I've yet to play Cuphead. It's on my list of games to play.
It's a good game.
It's on my list of
I
games to play.
challenge you to fall at flawless Calamaria though.
Bet you
It's,
could
I
do
did it on accident.
Bet you could do it with one hand behind my back.
You can't.
But could you do it with me under the desk?
Oh no. Look, that's how the pilot crashed, alright?
What, me under the
Under the
desk?
Yeah, you in the
That was
cockpit.
bad.
Playing with the cockpit.
Yeah. Playing with the cockpit.
By the way, we've done it. This is like pretty much it. We've won.
Jorking his peanuts.
It's actually wiggling his rudder.
want-
Thank you.
You want to know secret of Mimic?
Fine, I tell you secret of minions. I have peanuts.
Oh my glob!
It's such a shit.
Not in my
It's like it.
Christian street.
He's Christian.
Oh my glob! Wow wow.
Glob from Adventure Time.
Buio. When anniversary?
Action!
Ah! Ah! In my ear! It's in my ear! Ew! Ew!
Bless you.
Piton! A piton! Achoo! Sneeze so hard, brought Process back to life.
Yeah.
Or so again.
That's like.
Oh, I ate my marshmallow without cooking it. Oh.
Point and laugh. Point and laugh. Ha ha.
Like healing. Does this cure you of your being deadness disease?
What,
I'll
the
take-
haggling symbol?
Yeah.
No.
Oh.
Oh, that looks evil.
This is evil. This is really hard. I don't know the path on this next bit.
He hasn't made it before.
I mean, true. Spitting facts right now.
I mean, we made it that one time, but we were in easy mode, so does it count?
This is easy mode.
Oh, then we're fine.
Then it counts. I'm fine. Ooh, berries.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh. Hello.
What do you mean
Trying to
WTF?
eat my bandage.
Don't eat your bandage.
Supposed to apply bandages, not eat them.
No, I ate it. I'm now slightly grazed.
I love snow. I love snow. Yippee! I love snow. Do you hate snow because it makes your car harder to drive?
No, I hate snow because it's cold and it then melts and then you're wet and cold.
But I make you wet all the time. You never complain.
Yeah, because you keep me warm with your big arms. Am I really not protected here? What the fuck? Where is a protected bit? I don't get it. I don't understand. I'm gonna fucking die. because
I'm
this
gonna die
shit
too. I know I live.
Yeah, there we go. No, I'm dead.
Oh yeah, he's gone.
Rub him. Rub him. Rub parts of him.
I'm so fucking cold right now.
You'll warm up. Anybody need a cookie?
Not yet.
Yeah, I'm running over here. Boing,
Shelter.
boing, boing, boing.
Shelter.
Shelter? I hardly know her. Like you stopped mid what you were gonna say. I feel like it's like a level of disappointment. You're just like, oh, it's no. Oh!
I know. I know. Why is it not shelter?
Ow.
Guys, it's cold and windy. Ah, yeah. I've lost sight of Kip. I've lost eyes.
It's fucking windy.
Dina.
Oh, he's alive. He lives. It's heckin' windy.
Wiener.
Try not to die, process.
God.
I heard it's bad for you if you die.
People die when they are killed.
I know.
I hear people don't like it when you kill them and it makes them upset. Okay, Bart.
Thanks.
boinks the tip of your head into the snow.
Dies.
Dies of cringe.
Dies acutely.
Dies of your mum joke.
Not again.
Dies earwig.
Can somebody take this mushroom and put them inside themselves?
Yeah,
Is your backpack full? Has it got space?
it's got plenty of space.
Alright, just did it.
It's empty.
Oh, sick. I'll put your thin mints in there too then. Come here. Come here. I'm holding on to all this. I'm way down here. There we go. No.
Fat joke.
No, I can climb further. These silk Vaseline filled gloves really aren't helping me climb this mountain.
Waiting? No, not waiting.
Huh?
Thought there was a mini coming.
If there is, we can just go in this corner. Or down below. Right, Kip, this is the bit where you're going to have to start taking over because I just don't know where to go from here. Because I got far, but I died last time.
Well-known person who has definitely climbed this. Oh wait, stay down, boys. Stay down, boys. Hunker down.
Praise the orange. Beloved are we to the orange, of which it is covered in snow. We use and bless you. Orange, don't push. Don't push process off the clip. No, bad orange. It's shoved itself inside my mouth. It possesses me now. Hey chat, hey chat, it's orange. Hey chat, it's orange. Hey chat, it's orange. Hey chat, orange.
It's got to rebrand from having frogs on everything to just having oranges.
Yeah, it's funny that I'm ducks, but my branding is all around frogs.
Yeah.
It's because I've not had like, other than my duck's profile picture, there's not many duck characters that I can go with that just like, I could use Frank for everything. But it's finding an artist that's willing to draw duck stuff versus just finding the stuff I have for frogs already. Like it needs something in the art style of the frog that I'm using, but as a duck. Or something similar to use.
Yeah. I get it.
And like I have the duck detective profile picture that Suki did. I just, you know, branding around being a duck. I just don't know why I preferred the branding of being a frog.
Gotta change your name, bro.
Yeah, but I bet frogs is taken, and I'm not gonna go through and do the rebranding to frogs and then soon like, actually I want duck emotes. I made a mistake climbing up here. It's cold. I'm huddling in a little corner. I'm rubbing my hand on my legs. Oh. Boom! Did Kip live?
I'm over here.
Oh. We might have taken the wrong turn.
Like the movie.
No, I'm gonna be like the movie Over the Hedge. God, I love the movie Over the Hedge.
Never watched it.
It's a good movie, that's why. Actual good and funny movie.
I've watched Flushed Away God knows how many times.
Oh, Flushed Away is brilliant.
Flushed Away is so
I like the slugs. And I like the frog.
We leave immediately. What about dinner?
We leave in 5 hours.
It's a good movie. Touching this is going to make us a little bit cold, but you'll be fine. It's just where we go from here that I'm struggling with.
Why don't we climb up the tree if we can and go into that cliff up there? I'll do that.
Could do. We're up a mountain right now. We'll collect your coal when we can. Oh. Alright, I found a new home. I'm living in here now. Red's dirt cheap, and the neighbours are cool. Oh, it's cold. Oh, made a mistake. Oh,
Go down, go down, go down!
in the corner.
Huddle for wall. Huddle for wall.
Put your gooch on my head. Warm me up with those thighs. Brush my head with those thighs. Well, you gave the back of my throat to work out with that one.
We're not gonna make this.
I might make this. I have the energy.
I won't. I won't.
Oh, come on, up a little bit. No, no, I'm sliding. I'm sliding. I'm sliding. I'm sliding. Ooh. Rose, is you somewhere around here? Did you die around here?
I
Are you-
fell and went into a large cabin. You're not gonna get me back.
Well, not now that you're a ghost, but
You were never gonna get me back even if I didn't.
I've got remedy fungus.
So far down. I went so far down. It's so cold.
It's so cold and stinky.
Yeah, it's dead.
No! Not Kip 2.
Yeah, it's Kip 2, unlike Kip 3.
It's actually. Yeah.
Damn.
It's all up to you now.
I don't want to be the last alive completing the mission.
Well, then kill yourself.
I don't want to do that either.
Well, you gotta do one or the other.
I don't have any food, so I guess I climb around this edge. This area looks familiar. This area is familiar. Ooh. Oh yes, this area is very familiar. There was uns death here earlier.
That's good.
Death isn't good. I'm gonna get it.
Oh! Heal! Quick! 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 Heal! Quick! Heal! Quick! Quick! Heal! Quick! 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 Oh! 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 Okay. Very cold, but I lived. I lived a bad fall. Oh. Okay. Well, I guess I try and go. Up. Little snowy bit, please. No! 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 I'm safe. Right, that snow bit's climbable. I think I can go. I think I can get up this. If I don't lurch. I think there's probably a bit on this I could stand on if I get far enough up. Oh, no, maybe not. Well, I'm in quite a little predicament, I am.
Oh no.
Oh, no, not again. Not the cold air.
Are
It's empty. There is a limit on it.
Oh.
There is a limit
The
on it.
limit bar wasn't up on the thing.
Yeah, it's limited. It's empty. Is this yours, Kip?
I think Kit might be ghosting us.
I fear I've made a mistake
Actually,
going
you're
up
not
here.
far from where he died. You're not far from where he died. Go to your left. Yep, keep going. No, other way. Other way. In that cavern, that hole down at the bottom, you'll see him. You'll see his backpack. My boy.
I need a moment of privacy, ghosts. Bruh, 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 bruh. Worth it. I'm starting to think that other side was the way to go. But without the energy, I'm gonna struggle.
Yeah, you can need some food, don't you?
Yeah, I need berries from trees. I need to not be like hit by like the cold air on this side. That's gonna slow me down from getting to the top. I want to reach the peak of the mountain.
I want to reach the peak.
I'm gonna put the peak
Oh,
of
he's
my
back.
ass.
Welcome back.
I want to reach the peak. I want to put the peak of my ass real quick.
What'd you call me?
His lover.
Oh, I made a mistake here.
Oh.
Packaging. What did you bring back?
I come back with a fab.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, this is bad. Oh, this is bad. Oh, wait, wait. Oh!
Throw it.
Well, my situation is now even worse than it was before. Though, I guess I just explore every ounce of this mountain and start using. Oh no, not the ice cold air again. Oh, I'm safe. I'm just so hungry. I just want food. I just want my dinner. Why did my parents put me on this mountain? I promised I won't push any more children in the swimming pool than held their head under the water.
What do you mean? We were going on holiday and then we got crashed.
If only the dinner was still here. If only.
I love the sound of munching in my ear. That totally isn't making me feel actually real life hungry right now. I have a yum yum staring at
I
me.
don't know what you mean.
Just this. The sound of Minecraft munching in my ear.
What's it using as my mic? Oh, it's just using the default podcast, that's why. One sec. Where's the virtual mic? There you go, that should be better now. Is it picking it up still?
No.
No, not anymore.
There you go.
I think I might have made a
You're
mistake here.
welcome.
Oh, I definitely made a
Oh,
mistake!
yeah.
Oh!
up and then just bleh.
It's fine, because once the coal goes away, it can go back up.
Why am I still alive? While I live, I must continue to try and climb.
You could just krill yourself.
Say it. Give me the order, my kings and queens. My ghosts of my past, present, and future.
Yourself! Well, that was terrible. You can't even do that right. What are you, Joseph Stalin's son?
Krill myself, I'm one of Krillian. Oh my god.
Well, there's no coming back from that.
Been thoroughly krilled.
Do I look pretty?
You always look pretty.
Where's my hat gone?
No, it's no longer part of the crypts. Crazy.
Nope. How many hats? How do you have the army hat?
I don't know how to unlock anything.
You just unlock as you play the game.
But there's little achievements you gotta do.
Yeah,
Not so much-
the
that's
Steve
not-
achievement's all tied to what you can unlock. So,
Like, I've got a little sailor's hat that Dux doesn't have for some reason.
wait, which one?
A little sailor's hat.
You're right out. It's one of the achievements you've got that I've not.
And then I think also my...
I need to cook 4 more meals at campfires to get 1. Have a friend escape an island without you. Reach the peak. Heal an unconscious friend with an item to save them from death. Heal your friend for 100 points of injury in a single expedition. It might be that one. Climb 50 meters upwards without touching the ground. Resurrect 3 scouts in a single expedition. Could be clutch badge. Play the bugle for a capybara, which we could do on... Well, we couldn't do because we got rid of it. Escape the island without losing ever losing consciousness. Help Bing Bong escape the island. Have a 1-to-1 with the Scoutmaster is one that you've done that I haven't. Place 10 pitons. I've done 1. Escape the island in a solo expedition. Escape the island in under an hour. Escape the island without eating any packaged food. Escape the island without taking any fall damage. Escape the island after cooking and eating a coconut half, a honeycomb, a yellow winterberry, and an egg. Escape the island without placing anything on the mountain. Place 100 meters of rope in a single expedition and read all the Scoutmaster journals. I want Pseudo-Man because he's signed for Disney Plus. Ahaha. How long has that been
You
sat
will.
on my stream? There's a little duck in the corner of my stream too. There's just a little Among Us jumping across my stream.
Is this Ghost?
This I might have an intruder on my stream, putting things on my stream.
LGBTQ plus Among Us.
Game-Among Us.
Oh god.
This is very my stream.
Process looks like that they're looking for a fucking fix. Look at those eyes with the fucking drool.
You got a Fen on your phone?
You got a fen?
Don't get offended. Ghost, do you want to join us if you're around?
Ghost.
He's just. Right, I'm gonna try and keep the angle so it's readable. There we go. Process, look at me real quick.
Oh,
There we go. Ghost has put above your head.
drug.
Where drug?
did you try the medicine drug? Of course we tried the medicine drug. Only an idiot would try the medicine drug.
Hey, little mama,
Mouse
let me
bites,
whisper in
more
your ear
mouse
some
bites.
little quack like you'd
I
like to
did.
hear.
I did technically take meds yesterday, so I did get high recently.
Nice.
Was it worth it?
No. Couldn't do anything for the day.
Oh, I wrote yesterday off. I just stayed in bed because it was too hot. That's all I did yesterday. Oh, I did go to a barbecue and drink copious amounts of alcohol, then bike home.
I went bowling.
Did you strike? Or
Yeah,
did you strike it out?
I won twice. So
Ah, it's nice of them to let you win.
Ghost, ghost.
let me win.
Ghost,
I'm so fucking good.
ghost, ghost, ghost.
Let's see if Ghost wants to join us for
Ghost.
some
ghost,
peek,
ghost,
or if he's
ghost,
busy.
Ghost, ghost, ghost.
What's the name? Ghost, 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 busy.
Ghost, ghost. Aw.
Sad. Why does Princess look like she's shit her pants? She looks like she's after a fixed Dax.
Dax, do you want to play? Or would you like to play as some repo?
God.
Oh.
Because if you found ticket,
Playing
play
cooperative
game,
game with
but
light?
yeah.
Yes. Ooh.
Don't mind me clapping cheeks.
I like the little duck that stood next to my little character right now. Good little character.
To bring up your stream so I can see that.
Yeah, so I have an interactive layer that Ghost can interact with, so he can put stuff on my stream.
That is awesome. How do you do that?
It's a product of this guy called Tape Tools, and there's the Joker with a knife. Uh-oh, hands up.
I'm the Joker, baby.
The Joker, baby. There's this thing called
That was
Canvas
the
by a guy called
Injustice
Tape
Joker.
Tools, and they moved the camera a tiny bit so it's not in the light. So if you look at my stream and you see that Joker with that text, that's Ghost manipulating that. So whatever he does live on the stream
That is
comes through.
amazing.
So it's Canvas by Tape Tools. I'll send you a link to the page for you to join the Discord, and then you just have to request it.
Please.
So you can
That's
get
amazing.
people have to
I want
register before
that.
you can invite them. So you'd have to get, like, if you want mods to do it, you'd have to get them to register with it as well. And then they'll gain access so that you can then invite them to have access to your page, and then you put that page on your stream.
That's fucking
I'm
dope.
scared to look at the
That's
sticker Dax
cool.
has just sent me.
I've just
Have you
noticed that
seen-
from your perspective, I am side-eyeing Kipper as if he has my fix.
One unread message. That's one boobily looking snake there, Dax. Watch game, invite game, what the fuck, I just do here. But yeah. Who else is playing Peak at the moment? Ah. But yeah, when they were doing the Ghost Tank the other day, I was putting loads of stuff over the top of Ghost Stream, like a 3-act little mini story for Marvel Rivals. And other stuff like images I was found. A lot of Marvel Rivals sort of memes and stuff. Every time they'd mention certain characters I knew they'd mention, I'd put them back up, put a picture of them up with like character mentioned.
The one thing I always have to warn people with me and like Marvel or DC is just don't ask me who is who, because I will get it wrong and offend you immediately.
Is Squirrel Girl Marvel or DC?
I'm gonna guess DC.
Fucking wrong.
50-50, I got it
Fucking wrong.
I told you.
It's just gonna be so much
I just
fun.
can't tell the differences. I can't tell the differences.
Squirrel Girl is the most breedable Marvel character. Okay, you got to get it right.
That's a bit much.
It's a bit accurate.
I don't know. I'd breed She-Hulk.
So I have
I mean,
Team
said she was the
Rocket
most
hounding
breedable, not the only one.
The Team Rocket's
At some
hounding
point-
a lot now.
Ooh.
You think She-Hulk is breeding you, or you think you're breeding her? I think
50-50. I think I stand a chance.
you might be getting topped there, bud.
Nah, I think I stand a
I
chance.
also got the full art Iono from Caldea Fates.
Especially while it's Tatiana playing She-Hulk, I definitely stand a chance. She's Tatiana. She's gorgeous.
Yeah, well, yeah. The easy version.
My
to
favorite
refill
part is
my
she's the
glass.
only one that cared that she got cut from
Ooh,
Deadpool and Wolverine.
more Pepsi. More Pepsi.
Cut from, like, the best movie of last year, or whatever it was. So Ghost can interact with your stream, huh?
Mm-hmm. You can put whatever you,
flip!
you can put whatever you want on my stream.
Oh. Ghost, say a slur on stream. Make the Joker do it.
Just put Johnny Bravo on my stream.
That's awesome.
Johnny Bravo's just doing flips.
Yeah.
And he's run off stage left.
Come on.
You can
Process, do a flip. Stop holding your poo in, do a flip.
and what like multiple people can be doing it at the same time, so obviously you can coordinate your bits.
Oh no. I'll ping you. I'll ping you. So we doing this or what?
Well, Preston's just filling up the drink. They're gonna go get me more Pepsi. Pepsi! Pepsi, Mac!
It's weird being the American in here and not drinking soda.
I'm drinking water if that's any consolation, or whatever the word is.
It's true. Hey, you and me, buddy. Now I am
I
drinking.
did just have an ice
water.
lolly.
Yeah. God damn it. Fuck is an
Oh,
ice
you know what? I'm gonna go get an ice
It's-
on it.
So
I've
instead
watched
of
too much
having an
anime
ice
recently.
cream, so ice cream is ice cream. But an ice lolly is like different.
I feel like it's the same.
Like an ice pole, but on a stick.
Meow.
Nothing bad ever happens to the Kennedys. No, I'm just looking at Dux's stream because, and I said it before it actually popped up on the screen as well, just with the flown high.
You're a good boy. Don't run from my love.
Here's your good boy.
I'm good. I'm good.
Time for me to eat an ice
There's a
lolly.
backpacker.
A Calippo Cola ice lolly. Yeah, that's right, branded. Yeah. No, no, no. No, no, no.
What if something bad did happen to the Kennedys, hypothetically?
Don't go to Dallas.
No. It's been confirmed that JFK was killed by the 9 from Destiny, so...
Damn him.
Damn.
It's
Deny?
genuinely in the latest law that they released.
There's no way they fucking put that in the law.
It's in the lore. And for some reason, the gun that was used to do it was Graviton Lance, which I refuse to believe, because if you land a headshot with that thing, then everything around it is dying.
Yeah. Wait, what?
I like that.
Guys, there's a statue back here. There's a new thing.
But then, when did Destiny ever follow the rules of how their things work? Because in the trailer for Forsaken, Cade gets shot in the head with Ace of Spades, and Firefly doesn't proc, so...
It also just doesn't matter. He's like, ow. I died. And then back.
And then he dies again.
Real bad at staying alive.
Nathan Fillion tags.
I should not have woken up 10 minutes ago.
That's not true. You woke up before 10 minutes ago.
Nope.
This ice lolly is really nice. I don't know, it's going to be difficult to peek an ice lolly at the same time. It's a Calippo Cola ice lolly.
Oh, hell yeah.
I'm on that good.
You're eating good.
Right. Do you bite into ice lollies or not?
Sometimes.
I do.
I do.
It makes sense to bite into ice lollies, but then to lick ice cream.
Mm-hmm.
I bite into both.
Fair.
Everyone's a bit different.
Who wants coconuts?
No.
Yeah, valid. Why is the dog barking?
Questions that will never get answered.
Ah.
To be stuck behind you as you slipped on that then. Oh, the moment we
Yeah,
start
what he
climbing is
said.
the moment I have to put this ice lolly in my mouth to hold it so I can use my mouse.
Gotta start jerking it back and forwards in your mouth as well. Joke's on you, I put milk in that lolly.
What?
Starts violently shitting.
Your volume stream has gone down. I hope you know that.
You're welcome.
Process left it. So I wanted to process a process and then error on their side. An error on process. Process, is your stream okay? I slowly climb when I climb. I slowly climb when I climb.
Skipper, you, no, what happened, what happened?
Sorry, I'm busy climbing. Oh, hello.
Hey y'all.
How did you die?
Good eye, Slutty.
I kind of had to hold it in the
kept
for the climb. You know, I got to raise on the climb.
I just kept falling and I kept hitting things, so it eventually just got to the point where I didn't have enough stamina to get forward.
Oh. Oh. Well, that climb I had to hold it on my outside. I kind of sit like this. This is how I talk now. It's tasty though. Really? I have that. Come here, you. Wow. You can work with a translator. I say stuff, you repeat it so you can understand. Oh, that seems so tasty.
Delicious.
Delicious caliper, favorite in my mouth to hold the ice cream because it's cold. Yes. Delicious paper. Tastes like Coca-Cola and paper. I feel like I'm at the dentist right now. And everything. I wonder if I can get a visit from the keeper. I was kind of hoping I'd get a visit from what's it called? From the guy that climbed that I can't remember his name, the Scoutmaster. Because I'm so far ahead of them, I've been up here for so long, but he hasn't turned up yet. I've also finished my ice lolly.
Hell yeah. Can we feed them bread? Feed who bread? What do you mean?
They want to put bread in me. They're trying to breed me.
They're trying to bread you.
They're trying to put me in bread. They're trying to make me
ducks. You want to feed ducks bread.
Where is the Scoutmaster?
I think they're too close for the Scoutmaster to spawn.
It's supposed to be like 200 meters plus, isn't it?
They're by the bridges.
No, he's
oh,
coming.
There he is.
Where is it?
There he is.
Where is it?
He's going after the others.
Oh no, he's over here. I'm gonna see him.
Yeah, he's going after the others.
One on one with the Scoutmaster. Hey fella. You okay? Oh, yeah. Wah.
Isn't that what you're supposed to do? No, because bread is incredibly bad for
Unless you water it. It has to be wet bread.
unless you like wet bread, dry bread, even if you let it go stale, is incredibly bad for ducks because it absorbs their bodies and they can't really do much else.
Yeah, you have to wet it.
Yeah.
So that's
Better
funny.
alternative would be like duck feed and stuff like that, which most parks usually offer anyways.
Seeds, grains, cucumber. Ducks love cucumber.
Yeah.
We feed our duck cucumber and she loves it. Because I have a pet duck called Frank. Also, the Scoutmaster's just freaking out in that corner. Like, brother, I'm stood right here.
I think
They're gonna be able to get the guys. The Scoutmaster's
the
just
others.
chilling over there. Do you guys wanna? Do you wanna see him? Oh,
he's
he's gone. He's gone now. Scoutmaster. He didn't attack me or anything. He just ran at the wall for a bit.
I have to remember to waterboard my bread in the future.
Welcome back.
Maybe they like your Starscream.
Cucumber.
Get my marshmallow. Oh, that's all night time I try to find ya. Munchy munchy. Munchy munchy. Num num num. Very tasty.
There's something wrong with that one. Since they came back from the dead, they've never been quite the same.
You need to kill
Right.
the dead. Oh, I've tripped.
Grab it. Oh, fuck.
Process, what is it with you falling down this mountain?
I'm stupid.
Yeah. No, my marshmallow.
Where are you, Process? You're over there, aren't you?
Marshmallow. Go get it. Ah!
Oh,
Ow!
It's okay, I'm American. It's quite thick.
Oh, shit.
oh, thank you.
Nailed it.
I saw the other side, and it wasn't pleasant. Where's that other mushroom gone?
Don't worry, the duck has it.
The duck's been fed. The duck has been fed to something else. The duck has been fed. The duck's been fed inside something else. Oh no, the duck's feeding. Oh, the duck's eating seed. The duck's been fed. And there's a sign that says wet. Oh. There we are. Duck is being fed as we speak. I've got a little guy in my ear again. Hey, little
Wow,
mommy,
good
you
job taking
peeking?
damage, idiot.
Don't. You get the fuck away from me. I saw that coming from a mile away. Oh wait, that thing's good. I forgot that one's good.
Yeah, I'm trying to
Idiot.
recover health. I need this. Hungry.
I needed something hard and solid.
Oh my god, the duck has grown after being
dumb.
fed. The duck's massive now. The duck got its
Kipper?
Wheaties.
Oh my
Yeah, where's
God.
Kip? Kip! Oh, yellow kingberry? It's not good.
Hello.
Oh god, the duck has grown. Holy.
Okay, well, no new duck stream.
We've got a monster duck on my stream.
Wow, we got a monster
Damn,
duck.
you bought a
Yeah.
monster duck.
Holy.
process. I'm gonna need you to not be in my brain, please. Thanks. Okay.
Yep, this is the ducks stream now. I've lost it. It's theirs now. They can have it.
I don't trust this thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's poison. Yep, it was poison. It is poison. Could you not though?
Funny
Bastard.
prank. Funny prank.
You
Lol.
bastard, man.
Funny prank.
You
Lol.
bastard, man.
Funny prank.
Funny prank, huh? Funny prank, huh? Funny prank.
Oh, Kimber!
In the sun, sun, sun.
Ow.
I'm just very poisoned. Don't worry.
I see a suitcase. I see a little suitcase of a man. Scaramouche, Scaramouche.
God, I hope he falls down. God, I hope he falls down. No.
I am falling.
Rocket fucking space check that. What the hell?
Damn, thanks.
Poison. What in the poison, you idiot?
Bandage in my
Hello,
boo-boos, bandage in my
princess.
boo-boos. I could just climb this little bit here. All hail the duck gods! Oh, the duck wants more bread. A Sandanas? Or a Sanadas? How do you pronounce the name?
Sonata.
That's Satan.
Sonata, okay. We need more bread. We need more
Oh,
bread
God,
for the
I'm good,
duck.
I'm good.
The duck wishes for more bread. It doth want to
Careful, there's
grow.
a case above you.
Oh, my bad. Bye.
Damn it. Stop farting, Doc.
I can't help it. I can't even blame the milk. All I've had is a Calippo. I've not had anything milky. Wait, little duck boy. Haha, I've eaten it all. Oh no. Johnny Bravo has eaten all of the duck's bread.
Oh, oh. I hope it hurts. I hope it hurts.
Oh, there's more bread. More bread has been passed into the chat.
Oh, that's how you use it.
More bread has entered the chat room. I've gone the wrong way, I think.
What can I say?
Did Doug just kiss Johnny Bravo?
Yeah.
The duck might have, I didn't. What? Oh, the duck's gone.
Having fun, fun, fun.
Okay,
Hello.
I finally caught you up on this side of the mountain.
What have you?
I'm below you.
Sauce music plays. You're doing what to me?
You heard me. You know what I'm doing to you. You heard me. Or Jeffrey Epstein. What? Huh?
My goat.
You're right there.
Yeah. The strategy worked really well last time to get us up with minimal damage, so
Yeah.
it's relying very heavily on having extra energy right now. Oh, 1 second. Let me finish comment on this and then. Oh, well, looks like I'm dead. Let me mute. Oh, that's muted. And... Shout out to my mom. Bye, ghost.
Over here, I'll help you. Alright, fine. Fine.
You did this to me. You did this to me. You did this to me. You did this. I blame you, Kipperman. You did this to me.
Fucked you so hard you died.
You did this to me, Kipperman.
No.
So I kind of fell off. I kind of was trying to climb part of the mountain and then I died. And then I was chatting to my mum. So.
Oh,
Man, moms really do be killing people today.
a customer called me an angel. I said yes, I'm Lucifer. Oh damn.
Damn. So yeah, I didn't make that climb and then I went to chat to my mum.
Yeah.
So like kind of intentionally had to kill myself so I could speak to my mum. My mum could hear me making Tarzan impressions.
Right.
Shout out to mother.
I'm so cooked right now.
Ah, you're fine. You can get up. No!
Oh, we have a problem.
You could have made it. You were like up. What happened?
I don't know, man. I've given up.
I mean, you've given up. We've
Given
got to this
up.
place multiple. No! 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 You've got something to live for. No! 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 You've got something to live for.
So one of them's still alive.
Kip's dead.
Yeah.
Oh.
Kip's now dead.
He's dead. You're the last
wait,
alive.
no, this
Complete
is
the
what he
mission.
You gotta complete the mission.
You gotta make it to
Come
the
on,
I killed
top.
myself.
Wow. Look at you being statistically significant. I've never beaten this level. Don't let that concern you.
Do you mean you literally have the pilot's cap?
Yeah. I've never beaten this level.
Dax has the stamina where he could climb up the tree and use the tree technique that we used last time to beat it. There's process. You're gonna have to wait for it to stop raining.
Yeah.
Ah, there's a little duck on my shoulder.
Whack.
Fun, fun, fun.
A little creature on my shoulder.
Okay, I got you. I got you.
I've been itching to do a Pokemon pack all day.
Do it then, nerd.
I'm opening the trading card game app. I didn't want to be spending my currencies.
Do this. I won't
Just
do
out here with
this.
my hand out like a friggin' idiot.
I am
You could go
trying
this
to
way.
grab your
It's like way
fucking
easier.
hand.
It's way easier to go this way.
Which way? This way is so helpful when I can't bloody see
I am
you.
pinging the shit out of it. Look up.
There it is.
I got nothing good in my pack.
Now there's a big old jump at the end that will kill you, but it's mostly easy. Oh no, you're fine. You can stay
Yeah,
right
you're
there.
fine. You can go that way.
Just go up. Yeah, just go up, and then go up like over here,
Yeah.
again.
Just go up. The best advice you can get in this game.
and then just go like along the yeah, and then kind of come over here.
Just go up.
There's mushrooms. There's good mushrooms though. Joe Rogan experience. Joe Rogan experience. Joe Rogan experience.
Oh, I got full art leafy on.
Surely there will be no negative consequences to that. Alright.
It's not the Stickman collection, Sonata.
Ooh, bananas. No, let go of the vine, dipshit. Get the bananas, dipshit. Jesus Christ.
I know you wanted me to get the banana. Oh no.
Now talking to me. Stop grabbing the vine. God damn it.
Do it for the
Let
vine.
go of the vine.
Now.
My man won't let go of the vine.
Do it for the vine.
Now.
Oh, hey, Sonata,
it's
thanks for
way
the follow. I
easier.
didn't even realize.
I
Thanks
feel
for
like
the
it's
follow.
way easier over there. Right.
Do it for the vibe. I ain't gonna do it for the vibe.
For the vine. Breaks legs.
Do it for the vibe.
Do it for the vine. Do it for the vine.
More than anything, I think Vine killed social media. I'll say it.
No,
What?
it wasn't Vine that killed social
No,
media.
it was-
Vine
It was
killed
Vine. 6
Vine
seconds.
killed YouTube no, online content consumption standards because everybody expected
Yeah,
to put like
well,
the dopamine of getting the punchline in 6 seconds constantly ruined a lot of people's online like media consumption. So people won't sit through
Exactly.
20-minute videos now or longer. There's like you either do because you leave it on in the background and you don't pay attention to it, or you don't because you want that gratification in 3 minutes or less. So Vine started that, TikTok solidified that with the algorithm for dopamine releases.
Yeah, that's what I said.
But social media, no, that like, it was 100%
That
Facebook
is
ruined
social
itself,
media.
and then Twitter did it even worse.
Oh, careful.
Okay, don't worry. We're good.
The
Yep,
explosion of
yeah,
users on
no.
Twitter during COVID ruined social media.
Get up here. Get up here and then get into the explosion.
No!
Push you right into.
You're so close to the peak. Don't kill yourself now. You're so close to the peak. You can do it.
You can do it.
I believe in
First
you.
time I've
Believe
ever
in you.
completed this section alive.
I have never done it either. It's
I believe
fine.
in both of you.
Two-
It's
You
raining.
two can
It's
you
raining,
two
I
can
can't
meander
do
and
it yet.
fuddle your way up
It's like
this.
a half a foot fucking climb. Oh, you have like no
I don't
stamina.
know.
Oh no.
Dax is cheating again.
Okay.
He's metagaming.
I do have
I'm not
a-
metagaming. I just
Wait.
have 2 monitors.
Metagaming, cheating. Turn your other
I'm
monitor off.
sorry. I'm supporting my friends by watching their streams.
Turn the other monitor off. Cheating, cheating.
Oh, nope. Now
I
I
do have
could
a
do a
shelf.
funny, but
Left.
I
I do
actually
have a
don't. I
shell
don't.
fungus, and I do have a
Oh.
rock cannon.
You don't need to use either of them. You can
Fucking-
go
I
left.
also have rope cannons. Oh no, wait, we can go left. Yeah.
It's me, Casper, the helpful ghost. You can go left, and also you're all gonna burn in hell.
I was gonna go there anyway.
I lost my step.
You can just go further
I'm a
left and
redhead.
walk around process. You don't have to go up that little bit.
It's true, but it's funny. There's also trees. Just climb the trees.
Oh, I
Climb
see
the
trees. I see trees. I
Just
see
climb
trees.
the bushes.
Hello.
Oh, okay. You could just walk around everything and not climb at all. All right, cool. Yeah, no, that's not the point of the game.
Climbing
Cool.
bush. That's so 80s.
That's ducks. Get out of my head. Get out of my head. I didn't say it. I was going to. I was like, nah. Oh,
Everyone's in
suitcase.
your head today.
Suitcase.
He's leaving his head wide open.
Oh,
Don't do it. One of you's got to complete the mission, please, for the love of God. Please, you literally just have to
yeah,
go
you
right
sit
and
over
up.
there.
You just have to go right and up.
I'll get to the statue. It's that one, isn't it? This cliff?
Yeah. Literally, just slightly to your right. It's easier.
Yeah.
That one there.
Nearly didn't make that then.
You made a very good puff of fish noise then, but Oh, I'm so full of this mountain. Oh.
I love this carrot. Oh.
Okay, how to get poisoned again? Ow. That's itchy.
Whoa!
Welcome back.
I'm so hungry.
Why would you bring them back?
Kipperman's AFK. Ooh.
I'm not.
Oh, there's purple kingberries above us too.
Oh my god, I actually
You're
did it on my
purple
own.
I need that.
Kingberry.
I need
That's
that.
insane.
I'm hungry.
I'm getting actively poisoned.
That sounds like a you issue.
I'm gonna feed you.
End statement.
That's just
I'm
the
gonna
end of it.
feed
Yeah.
you, full
I'm gonna
stop.
fade you.
Yoink.
Yep, I just got the achievement for climbing the tropics. Who
Let's
ate
go.
my Who ate my fucking marshmallow?
There you go. I cooked another one.
But you didn't double cook.
Cooked another one. That's a process that I had
You
the
gotta
first
cook
one
it
then.
twice. It's better. I'm actively getting massively poisoned and I don't know why.
You've got a tick on your leg.
You got
Come here.
one. That's it, you've got tick.
Oh, I got a tick.
Yeah, you do.
I do have a tick. I didn't even see.
Put the tick in my mouth.
I have another tick, guys. I have 2 ticks. Help!
He does have 2 ticks.
Just leave it on him. We
What
could
the
let
fuck?
it get
Are those
fat.
new?
Nope.
Let it get fat, bro.
Did you just
Tasty.
eat
Yep.
the ticks?
Yeah, you can eat ticks.
Yeah.
Aww. Ah.
Yoink.
It was a full-on flip. Well done. Well done.
Putting it behind you was a good idea. Speedrun! We've been here multiple times. I want to try and beat it once, at least. Come on. We're gonna beat this place at least once.
I think the furthest I've gotten is the. Ow!
Is that ow? No! No! You live! You live! Live! Yoink. Yoink. Fellas, Process might have passed out. I got him though. We're taking him with us. We shall complete the mission together. One of you's gonna need to come and get this backpack. Don't worry, Process. I'm getting us out of here. Oh man. No, it's cold. Oh, protect me from the cold, Process. Shield me from the cold air. Ow! It's not working. Ow! Okay, maybe it's lightly working. It's a good job my backpack was empty. Alright, this is going to be a bit of a mission, this is. Kip, don't leave me behind. I'm carrying dead weight.
Literally.
We will revive them from death. If I keep them alive long enough, we will find the solution to death. We will cure death. Whether it be a magical mushroom or a medical kit, we will bring them back to life.
What are their stats currently at?
Don't
Ow.
know. Can't see. Not metagaming it. But I'm assuming, I don't know if they freeze or not. You're free to see if they're taking frost damage by me carrying them or not, but
Didn't look like it.
yeah. We just need to find a suitcase with a med kit in it. I'm doing this for the achievement. found I climb better under pressure. I think it's quite, you know, having somebody's dead body on your back's pretty good pressure.
If you say so.
It's an adequate amount of pressure. Oh! Down the hole. Princess, whatever your dead body's doing to my back, please. I feel like a fucking bronco.
Yes, it does take ice damage.
Bucking bronco, bucking bronco. So even though they're dead, they're still taking ice damage. Well, they're not dead, they're just unconscious. Unconscious, like, yeah, pretty much carrying a corpse around, and if I drop it, they'll be dead.
Pretty much.
Hello, hello.
Stop.
Uh-oh.
Wind. Quickly, inside.
Oh, we're in. It's just, where do we go from here? Oh, no, not good, not good, not good. Not good, not good. Oh.
You alright? Hello? Ducks? Oh shit. He dead? Oh yeah, he fell, he's dead. Cool.
Hello. Did it do the?
I guess you died.
Did it do the Doppler thing? Yeah, I missed. Like, I slid down one bit and just kept sliding like down, and then hit my head. You know, I tried my hardest. If we'd have had a medkit or a bandage, Process would have been up with no stamina though. Unless we'd have found a medkit, so it was a good try. Was it doing the Doppler effect when I was jumping between you both, going E?
No, I didn't hear it.
Oh, I know how you do it then. You go, maybe you have to move when you do it. When you're like, yee!
So the first bit of this icy area. He hasn't started climbing
Okay.
the mountain yet. So the scout master
Nice
is
to
gonna
know.
come for one of you.
Does the Scoutmaster only come for you when you're near the top?
No idea.
It's only when you're like at the top at the thing.
Nothing.
Oh, as if he finds a bloody healing mushroom. That would have been useful. You finding that healing mushroom? Yeah.
Yeah.
I could have used that for Process. They were dead for ages. I carried them partway up a mountain until I fell off.
Oh, well, you know, why'd you fall?
I was carrying Process's dead body.
Well, yeah, but you said you fell. Why'd you fall? Do better.
Slippy hands, dead body, greased up, oily.
Okay, why were you wait, hold on. Now,
Moist.
hold on. You started to...
You'll never know why I was oily, Dax. You'll never
I have
know.
Fuck's sake.
Hiya.
Hello, I fell.
and I don't have any extra stat now, I'd genuinely just kill myself now. I don't.
No, you're fine. You
I
can get a
can't
part
get
of
up.
this. You can get a part of
Oh.
this. You've got so
No,
much
you're
health
right.
and stamina, and you're like, ah, just give up, bro.
Yeah.
If you don't want to be here, bro, you can just leave if you want. If you're done peeking.
What's the point if I don't have every advantage ever?
Food.
Oi! Oi!
Hi.
Munching on us.
Scab?
Oh man, look at all this cool shit. Crazy.
Scab? Wait, Precious, you had a bandage on you? Or is that Dax's bandage?
What if I just did? How do I aim this stupid thing? Oh, they really suck. Oh, they suck.
It's a chain launcher, it's a 2-point thing. You just wasted that. Oh, you just wasted that so hard. That one's the rope one that
Oh,
you
because I
launched.
thought it was the rope cannon.
Oh. Oh my
Oh
god, you wasted your biggest advantage on this mountain.
No.
Oh, I can't watch this anymore. You wasted a chain cannon. Thinking it was a rope cannon.
Oh dear.
Oh, I'm gonna fall now.
Don't worry, it won't be long before
Okay.
he meets his demise.
Where's that?
Rent on this place, £600 a month, no furnishings, no water.
But a nice ledge to kill myself on. That's good.
It's actually listed as a scenic view, but okay. With balcony.
Scenic.
With balcony. I'm telling you now, that hole doesn't go anywhere.
Okay, well I can die like that cave did.
Wait, what? You're gonna get your arm trapped in a boulder? You're gonna do get your head stuck in it going downwards?
100. Yeah, gonna get trapped in it, like being completely vertical downwards. Gonna get all the blood flow to my head. Gonna die.
I'm trying to figure out how close or how far away from you are from each other. I honestly can't tell.
Okay.
Oh. I see the vision. So there's a piton around to the right up
Yeah,
in
that's
this
what I'm
ledge.
going for. Don't know if I have enough stam. No.
He's using tech. He's using tech. I believe in you. Right, hold on to the baton to get your stamina back, and now plan out your next move.
Neat flashbang thing. I'm gonna fall now. I can't see. I'm dead. Neat.
Fucking nons. Nons.
Yeah.
That said that all British people look the same.
True.
Buddy, I look nothing like Kip or Ghost.
No, you look exactly like. I looked at the pictures of you at TwitchCon. I was like, which one's Kip? Which one's Ghost? Which one's Ducks?
Now that's a lie, because you know I'm Ginger.
Yeah, but so are the other two.
I guess it's
No, they're not.
better than
No,
being
they're not.
morbidly obese with a gun in my hand.
The
Yeah,
burger in
I'm
the
all the way to
other.
school, bro.
And a
Calm down.
cowboy hat.
Ooh. Drink of water.
But what?
I'm gonna just go have me a little lunch on the mountain.
But
A little
what?
nice little lunch on the mountain. Ah, it's cold. No, I don't want to do that. No, oh, no.
Like, you have to complete the mission. If you don't, you're getting banned from life.
Oh my
Okay.
god.
I'm cold though. My tootsies are real cold right now.
Should have worn socks then, shouldn't you? Somebody does not care about the health of their grippers.
Ow.
Always care about grip and health.
I have to wait until I'm not cold no more. No, I don't. I'm an idiot. I'm Superman. I'm Superman, that hoe. Now watch me. You.
To be fair, you're nearly there.
I have all these items that I could use, but I won't.
What, some bacon.
Oh,
A
God, I would
bandage.
kill for some bacon right now. I do have a bandage.
An energy drink.
Yep. Yeah. Well, what if I went over there and got that luggage, though? But what if I went over here and got that? Can I do it? Can I? Oh, my tootsies. No, my tootsies, no. Oh. Well, look at my good luck today. All right. Oh. That's useless to me. I don't need bandages. Oh my God, another one. What if I went this way? Ow, my Dude, being the last one alive sucks. It's just 3 people just staring at you like, go ahead, climb the mountain, bitch. Climb the mountain. Do it.
Climb, pussy.
If pussy was at the top of this mountain, I would climb better.
Bye bye, Sonata.
Bye, Sonata. Sayonara,
You're
Sonata.
gay.
One more guy.
Sayonara.
You gotta say it with a really racist accent. Hey, you know
No, I'm not gonna say it like that.
that was way better than I thought it was gonna be too. Surprised myself. Ow, it's cold. Ow! Eh! Oh,
Yeah,
blue is
hopefully.
cold.
Bye bye, bud.
Got it.
I think this will probably be the last run for me. We're gonna get to the top, or else that's it. I've been going for nearly 4.5 hours. It's a long one for me.
Oh, you poor thing.
Oh no, it started off as a morning solo stream and just derailed straight away. Plans
A
they did
morning
not go.
what?
Yeah.
I was
It
literally
started
just
off as like a morning solo for Ducks,
Oh.
and then immediately Third was like, I want to join.
didn't think anybody was up. I thought, oh, I'll just do it. I'll just stream on my own for a bit, yap to myself, listen to some music while I climb, try and get some achievements. And the next thing I know, Third's joined, and then Process is in there. Third goes and Kip
How dare you have
joins.
friends. Where the
I
fuck
know.
do I go? Oh, am I going this way?
Yeah, he's doing it.
Yeah.
He's gonna do it.
I've also
You've
never
reached the
completed this
peak.
level, so this is great. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, snow.
It's the environment after this I've gotten to, and then that's it. I died on that environment, and that's the furthest I've gotten.
I died on that next
We're in all new
environment
territory.
to BS. I would have lived, but it just killed me randomly. Like, I was square set to survive, and then died. Don't waste
Those
that
things I know how
launcher.
to use. Those things I definitely know how to use.
Not be trusted with this. You should not be
Mm-hmm.
trusted.
Oh, in a backpack. Don't mind if I do.
Backpack.
Backpack,
Oh yeah, I should probably bring you guys back, right?
Yes, please.
Please bring
thing I
us
should do.
home.
Please.
Oh, very important, my Regan.
Please
Hold on.
bring us home.
Yay!
Oh.
They're back.
Oh,
Perfect.
I'm so
With American
hungry.
summons.
I'm so
Congrats,
hungry
you're all
for
US citizens now.
brains.
I don't want to be.
I'd rather not be.
That's how easy it is.
No,
Give
it's
me
not.
brains.
It's super easy. All you gotta do is do that.
I'm so
They were the other
hungry.
marshmallows.
Cook it twice. Process, cook it twice. It's
Someone,
better.
I only took one.
Well done, Marshmallows Beta. There were only 2.
Ah, that's weird.
Well, looks like we're not making it through this one then, because we need all the help we can get, and there's no food on this mountain. Oh, no, tell a lie, there's eggs. We've got to find eggs now.
What do you mean? I got all the help I need. I have the max stamina, the extra stamina bar. It won't go any higher.
Doc, American has full food hunger.
I tripped. Oh no.
Doc, American ate all food. I can see the print.
I can't see a good path.
I'm gonna use my bandage to heal like a 0.1% damage.
There is not a good path at all. Usually it's like a very easy
There
visible
is.
path.
Yeah, there is right there. Right there.
We'll do it
Let's
then.
go through it.
Okay, fine.
I pointed to it, but he didn't see me, so
Yeah.
I then
I
started
just
walking
followed
over
you, to
here,
be honest,
and
I
then.
know you're the most sensible out of all of us.
No, I am not. No, I am. That is a lie.
Mr. Sensi Bubble.
How am I the most sensible? That's cap. I literally have 3 illegitimate children.
No, that ain't
Like-
cap, that's peak.
Like.
Wait,
Wait a minute, what?
what? What do you mean?
They ain't his kids.
What do you mean?
I think you have 3 illegitimate children.
Means I have 3 children with people that aren't my wife. Alright. I'm now cooked, I believe. My hunger is high, my damage is high. I have a rope launcher.
Oh, this is bad. Oh, ow, 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 ow. That was hot.
Ah, that's hot.
Oh, that's hot. Oh, that's hot.
Got some eggs over there.
That's what I'm going for. I'm aiming for the eggs. It's my entire goal is to get the eggs. Oh god, please, please, lunge! Make it up! Oh god, double lunge. Thank god.
Yeah, we can. Ow, 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 I'm on fire, on fire.
Oh, Jack's
The American
dead.
died.
No more deaths, please! I can't be living my life with you guys dead. I'm holding these eggs for you.
I got caught in a volcano. It's not my fault. I didn't know what happened.
We're all in a volcano.
I've literally never done this level before. I didn't know what was going on. I was just on fire for no
You
reason.
literally have the completion hat. What do you mean you've never done?
I've never done it. I joined people that were here and did it for me.
Wow. You got carried.
Jax!
Yes?
Hello.
Did you need me? Do you need food? Are you hungry? Or are you good?
I'm a little bit hungry, but
Bye. Yeah,
No,
too
I-
late. I'm dead.
No, you're not, liar. Get up here.
it's fine.
Get up here.
Do I need to
Eat
cook
up,
this?
children. No, you can just eat it straight.
Thank you. You're the best.
Hot, 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 hot.
No.
Oh my god.
I think this was the right way to go, but it's a risky jump. So I'm gonna try it. Risky jump! Oh! Risky jump! Maybe I live? Maybe I live? Maybe I live? Maybe I live?
Glad to see that's going well. process live. Yeah, that's what. I mean, there's not a lot over there.
Oh, he's dead. Shocker.
Nope. Nope.
Ah, neat. Fire.
Brother, this guy stinks!
I can smell you.
Aw, how do I smell like?
You smell of
Don't put you on
gay.
your eyes.
You smell of gay.
You smell
What
of
happened to
gay.
Kim?
Smell of gay.
I apparently just disconnected, so I'm gonna see if I can reinvite him, but it'll put him back at the beginning.
Wait, who disconnected?
Yep.
Kip.
What?
Get him to like
I
lock
just
them out,
guess the game was
disconnected.
just like,
You focus on climbing to the end, I'll focus on chat for both of us. The little chatter on your shoulder.
ow. Well, this is useless to me.
Oh, I'm good. Move it.
Hey.
Use it for.
Oh, he came back and he instantly died. He came back and he's just in lava.
It came back and it put me where I was. Yeah. It put me back where I was last, and obviously it dropped me off the cliff, and I died.
Oh, he's
Typical
died.
indie developers not making stable games.
Medpack, wow, crazy. Hey, so here's the thing with that rope cannon, you gotta really know how to use it. It's pretty tough to use.
It's surprising that an American doesn't know how to shoot a gun. But
I knew how to shoot both of them. I don't know what you're talking about. Should know how to aim.
but you like learn that in school. That's what you learn in like preschool.
Oh.
And then secondary school or primary school you learn how to
No, they learn how
reload.
to avoid getting shot in school.
Oh, I thought they also learned how to reload.
Just a firing range.
Oh yeah, that's what dodgeball's all about. If you can dodge a ball, you can dodge a bullet.
Yeah.
If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. Process, get out my head. Get out my head! Get out my head! Get out my head, man! Get out my head! Get out my head, man! You wanna go, you do wanna go to your left, I think. Because there's a bunch of small rocks to get to the big rock.
Chains that will also lead over there.
Oh, I did not see the chains because I'm blind. I'm also dead.
Nintendo Switch.
Mosquitoes nowadays be pulling down your socks to bite you.
You're not moving. You're not moving.
Yeah.
You're not moving.
I don't know why.
There you go. Oh, look at that. You got a page on.
Yep.
Climb, climb, climb! Not the bamboo stick, climb!
I didn't pick the bamboo stick.
Congrats, you're back to where you were 5 minutes ago.
That's what I wanted.
That's what I wanted. Rope cannon.
No. Possibly not.
I had so much fucking stamina too, god damn it. If I hadn't gotten lit up by a geyser of lava.
Oh dear.
I was standing on a perfectly normal rock and it was still telling me I was getting burned, so I died.
Probably wasn't a normal rock then.
It was a normal rock.
I like my stream trying to be like encoding overloaded. Consider turning down the video settings. No! Until I'm dropping frames. No thanks, I don't think I will.
I mean, your stream is very choppy.
It can be. I'm not dropping any frames.
Yep.
Let it be overloaded.
Oh, it's because you're in 2K.
Yeah, I'm in 2K.
As soon as I bumped it down to 1080, it's fine. It's just it's the 1080 that does it. 1080 smooth as butter.
It would be the 2K that's playing up.
Yeah, I've had a few streamers that I watch that stop using it because it doesn't play well.
It's really dependent on your hardware. A lot of the time, it's not a problem for me. I wonder if there's somebody on my Plex server. No, there's not. We're good.
Oh, to the left. To the left. Across the chain to the left.
I tell you what it might be. It might be the sheer fact that
no,
I've been using RTX voice for so long.
Yeah, that's where you want to go. You go
That's
from right the chain
for
to...
me is over there.
Okay, look straight ahead into the angle to slightly to the left. Hang slightly to the left.
That's the right, Dax.
To the left. To the left!
That's... She needs to go right, Dax.
What do you mean?
Are you...
I'm looking at her perspective. Left! Oh my god.
You were telling me to go a direction and it was the wrong direction as well.
No, that's not true. That's left.
They
Oh my
actually
gosh.
gonna make it. They can make it to the end. It's visible. It's in view.
You didn't have to climb at all. You could have just walked around this rock if you had gone left.
Yeah,
Jesus
Dax, shut up!
I think that rock with the chain in front of you to your like that's bait because I don't think that lets you get to anywhere. Unless you without you jumping on that smaller rock that's really near the lava to get to the chain to go up.
Max, I wish you fucking left. Jesus
If
Christ.
if you drop down and just walk to the left, you would be fine.
Yeah.
There's like a huge path going over there. What do you mean?
There is a path on your left this time, but every other time.
On your left.
It's not true.
On your left.
Look at this
On your
left
left.
part of the rock.
On your
Where
left.
she's facing right now. There's so
Yeah,
much. That's where I
fine.
told her to go. Oh, goddamn savant.
Process, you're an independent person who, with their own thoughts, you can do it. Do whatever you want.
My thoughts are memes. It's not trying to trust
Hit us with some memes then whilst you're doing
Shit.
this.
To the left, everything you own in a box to the fucking left.
You can mute him. Just...
That's the quitter's way out, Pip.
No, it's not. Internet survival guide. Mute people. That annoy you.
You're a quitter. That's the Twitter quitter mentality.
At least I'm not a shitter like you.
No, quitter, shitter, Twitter. You could also heal yourself and be fine.
You wouldn't stop the hunger.
Wow.
But it would get rid of the health bar.
giant health thing.
That's-
Say that louder for the people in the back. What was that?
So do I carry on going like left down this chain or should I
Go
just
to the one straight across from you.
Yeah.
And you run and jump it.
Well.
And then go along to the right. Then up that one.
up this one?
Yeah. Just to get a better angle. You want to get to the one that's on its own there somehow.
You'll have to go to your, and I know this is gonna shock you, left. Okay, now it's in front of you.
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking of the chain down here. Just have to be careful.
Yeah, and go around. 'cause
Chain
there's
might be
chain
bait.
that
You
connects.
just jump across. Well, okay. You're once again
fuck's
not
sake,
moving.
the bloody bug.
Run and jump it straight across. Oh, there you go. Yeah, right to it. There you go, right there. Okay. Okay. Perfect. Beautiful. Yep.
Now, Dax, which way do they have to go?
Well, we should stop
Right.
turning. Straight ahead. You could even use a rope cannon and tie a rope to it so it'd take like no stamina.
Yeah.
That was a bold choice of where to put that, but okay.
You're dead. You can't comment on that.
The game literally allows me to. Stop looking at me. Stop looking at me. Stop looking at me. No.
Tried to mansplain his way up the mountain.
Hey,
He's fucking dead.
is she winning?
Not anymore.
I
You can go
worry.
for that chain and
Yeah. It's my only hope at this point.
Oh. Ah, you're fine. Walk it off process, you'll be fine.
Walk it off, champion. You're using your extra stamina. You're using your extra. Okay. Yeah. You got it.
Dax,
Look at this.
they can see that
Look at
they're
this.
using their extra stamina.
No, no, no. They're like me, where they grab a
You can make that
cliffside
jump across
accidentally
easily.
4 times in a row.
Guys, you forget that Dux is American, which means I have no rights and no words to say for myself.
That's true. No one in America has any rights.
Is this why you keep asking for people to go left?
Yeah.
If they would just go left, everything would be fine. Definitely not an issue.
Yeah, because no rights.
No rights.
You can make it entirely
Also
across on
going
the
left
right.
would be socialism, which is just
Yeah, once you get to any of the rock space in this area, you're fine.
Oh wait, hold on.
Women should only hold one thing in their arms. Babies.
Who said that? Is that Corey?
It's Corey.
That's like Corey. Yeah.
I have never wanted to kill a child so much in my life.
Based.
Do I hear a blind boy?
There's Dax. There's a soundboard.
I'm gonna fucking kill myself.
Since when is Dax here? You know, just kind of rocked up.
Oh my god.
He's rocking out with his. Never mind.
Right.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Why would you bring me back? No.
Kip was very broken then.
What do you mean broken?
You're like in the floor for me, like fidgeting about.
Oh.
Oh, you're still broken for
Yeah.
me. Oh my god, yeah. Ooh, you okay there, Kip?
Oh.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Wait, are you telling me there's 4 marshmallows every time?
Yes.
Who the fuck stole
Right.
the other 2 the last time? Why does Kip have 2 marshmallows?
If you guys look at Kip on my
You have
stream,
2 marshmallows.
when he walks near anyone else,
Says Valid.
What the no,
you're on
no,
an
that's
ad
oh,
read
ow,
right now,
ow,
so I
ow!
can't see
You
it.
just beat me up. If you walk near him, he
Straight,
like, pushes
it's
about.
over.
Your voice is all wobbly too because
Shut
of
up,
how
Ella.
you're moving.
There's 2 processes. There's 2 processes. There's 2 Kips. Everybody's doubled.
Kit on your side.
I gotta get out of here.
You should see when he walks near other people, it like infects you briefly.
Oh, no, my game's crashing. No. No.
I wonder if you can climb up the
This is
outside of this
normal.
mountain. I bet you can't. This is normal. It ain't normal.
This is normal. He's
This
fine.
fella don't know Norman.
No, Kip is just that 2-spirit fucking thing that they came up with.
You what?
What?
You what, mate?
And shit, Dax.
What?
I'm coming for you, Dax.
I know you can. Ah! Ah! It messes me up.
The entity.
I didn't realize I was playing Control. This is such a funny bug. Because I wonder what it's gonna be like when you climb the mountain.
Guess
Ah!
we'll find out.
Kicked me in the head. Every time you walk near me, it just throws me.
actually.
Like, you are probably gonna end up accidentally killing me if you hit me in some way.
Oh,
It's
it's
only
so
happening
bad
for
for
you.
Kipper. It's so bad.
Oh my god. Oh.
Why is everyone seeing this, or is it just Ducks?
It's just Dux' point of view that has you freaking out, but I'm looking at Dux' perspective. It's so bad.
Yeah, it's funny though.
You don't
Funny.
walk. You don't walk. You just flail.
You literally look like a creature from Control.
Yeah. I look like one of the weird bald
It's
things.
modulating your voice as well to go with it because your voice isn't staying in one place, so you're like as you talk. Hi, Dax.
Hello.
Hiya.
Why'd you guys go that way?
I don't know.
The sheep, they just decided to follow me as I was going up this way.
Oh, I was going to.
Ow. 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 I don't know if this is makeable this way, or if we have to go the other way and go.
Gonna have a tough time here in a second.
I think we have to go over to Dax and up. I think we have to go over to Dax and up.
Oh wow, look, a bridge.
Ow.
Big guy. Big guy over there.
Ow.
Hey guys, how's it? Sucks being down there. Wow.
My gosh. Try not to be a toxic man impossible challenge. Jesus Christ.
Well, impossible. Yes, correct. What happens when you have testosterone, Kip?
What happens when you have an absent father figure, Dax?
Okay, alright, you've done this.
Do you suffer from a lack of a father figure? Do you have clinical depression? Have you ever accidentally broken your mom's favorite coffee cup, and when she found out you did it, she tied you to a bed and spanked you with a metal spatula? If you said yes to any of these things, I don't care. It's due to me. No one cares.
You did that.
Oh, thank God, a rope cannon.
I got you. I got you.
Ooh. I got a rope cannon from this, but I don't know where to go from here.
I got you. I got you.
We're gonna have to start working together from this point onwards because this is gonna get real difficult.
Yeah. Dax just fed me a lolly so I can crash out, so I'm just gonna wait on this bridge.
I don't know what you're talking about.
He knows what I'm talking about.
Kip's gonna crash out. Oh no. I actually don't know where to go. Where the fucking ducks go? Ducks, how did you? Oh.
He's right behind us. It's right here.
He's literally right there.
I'm right here.
Why are you all so fat? Get out of my way! Yeah, I don't know where to go from here. Oh, you did make it over there. Oh, sweet.
Fella, I threw a rope over here, man.
God damn, you shot nice ropes there, Duck.
I know. Lots of iron in my diet.
Nice to load.
That joke just missed on me, I'm afraid.
So you wouldn't know if you had shotgun ropes.
Uh-oh.
No,
I'm
no.
safe. I'm good.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
I'm
you're
good.
You're good.
Give me a second, let me get some time on the back. Let me stand here for a second. So I saw a better path to go. We have to go up there.
I don't know. This is very nervous.
We need to find a point to stand on, then we're gonna have to crawl across. Which is like here.
I mean, I can stand right here.
I think they're going that way.
I'm burning.
Just stand over here more. You'll be fine.
Yeah, you can get to here
Oh yeah.
quite easily.
Oh yeah, we're fucking kings.
And then over here.
Hey, by the way, hold on up here. Rodney. Rodney.
Are you pointing at the
The
suitcase?
suitcase.
Yeah.
Look at the suitcase, Rodney.
I'm working my way up to it.
Making my way downtown.
Walking fast, faces passing all
Right, who is the most hurt right now?
I am not personal, I am just hungry.
Emotionally or?
I've got food.
Physically hurt right now because I have taken damage, so I'm probably. Kip, you've just killed me.
Well,
No.
Kip, stay away from me. Stay away from me, Kip. Ah!
my fault. Your team is the bug was.
Ah! I'm getting beaten up by you. You can hear me. Ah!
But then don't stand near me.
You're walking towards me.
Yeah, give me time.
I'm literally trying to
Stop
stand.
standing near me.
As he's walking over, he's just.
Walking towards you. Stop getting close to me, man. Like right up, bro.
I'm getting burnt over here.
God. Oh, I can do this. Oh, I'm the best.
I'm stand over there. You can walk ahead if you want. Okay.
Yeah.
Princess, no.
Yep.
Okay.
I've never completed this level either. What are we doing? Where do we go? Oh, hello. I got you.
I mean, it's different every day, so you know.
I know, but like, I don't know the hazards. Crawl up here, you losers.
Right, so you want to go here.
Don't you dare crawl.
When you come up, Dax, point them here.
Yup. I'm just gonna go this way, but yeah, I got you. Oh, there's so much more to this level than I thought. Oh no.
We are very near the top, but like we don't have a lot of tools, so getting up is going to be a big challenge. I think we need to go this way up, and then we need to go around. Oh, we
There's
see
a suitcase down there, we know.
Yeah, we can get that by going
I got the rope.
this way,
I got rope. Hell yeah.
and then going this way, and then I'm praying here. Praying this works.
Is this on easy mode or normal mode?
Easy mode.
This is easy mode.
That explains why this is so easy. I was like, man, I'm really fucking awesome at this today.
Nah, just hunger's going down and there's no fog. No fog.
Go busy. Frost doesn't need. I was like, who is her business?
I thought bitches would be present and then no one.
Go pull your head.
Ouch. Ouch.
Right now, it's very icky.
Oh, I wanted those bandages. Oh well.
How?
Bandages are gone.
It's very warm in my room.
No, fix it.
If I had a fan.
Hey, I lost some bandages by accident, but hey, you know, we move on.
Her, I'm a proud man.
We move on. We can go up here.
I got told I looked very buff yesterday.
I do.
People I work with at the gym.
What was his name, Dax? What was his name?
What do you mean? I work with them.
No.
Yeah.
Right, we're kind of at a dead point here. Now we need to start weighing up our options of going around to over here somehow and going up. So we need to somehow... We need to go down, and we need to somehow make our way over here, which is going to be a hard climb because we have no tools. Unless there's a way we can go vertical here. Which...
I have rope.
Here's rope.
This appears hot.
Well, yeah, it's a little bit of a giant molten rock there, big dog.
Well, I don't see anybody else formulating ideas for how to get up, unless we go back down, go around that side, and try and go left up. Yeah. So should we do that?
I'm looking.
Well, I fell.
Should we try that? Because that's going to be up until that point there. Then it's rope to there, and then it's up.
I have no idea what you're saying, but yes.
Follow me down.
Okay.
Follow down.
I accidentally took damage, though.
I have taken damage as well. You're not the only one.
Oh! I don't know how I took damage there, but okay.
I'm just a
And
hungry
then
boy.
I don't.
scary. Very scary. Now it's pretty much up and over, and then it's just up.
Oh god, ooh. I did it.
Oh geez, Dutch, I'm sure you want to walk up there, I mean not if you want.
Oh.
It
Yep.
might be a two-person at a time thing.
Hello?
Oh,
Oh god, guys, yeah.
Oh.
Two-man
No,
race.
it's because I'm
right out of the
glitching
fucking
on
way.
his screen.
Yep. He's pushing me around.
Don't, Dax, for the love of God.
Betrayal. Betrayal.
Stop. Wanna do
Nope,
this.
I'm dead.
I've never-
Bye. Oh wait, no, I'm not too far.
Oh, that's all mine. Ow.
I did it quick, but you gotta come this way. You gotta suffer the hot feet.
I've fallen.
I've fallen.
Hot feet it is.
Okay.
I've
Alright.
fallen.
Okay, this isn't. Oh, okay, this is a scary bit. I did not like this a little bit at all.
Get up! Get up!
This is a very scary part of the map. Oh, I don't know where to go from here. It's just like a straight climb up.
Go right.
You go
Oh,
right.
oh, 1 second then. Let me drop back down real quick to make.
Yeah, I need to.
I see. I see. I see. I see.
And then if you keep going right, there's a chest thing up there.
It's a suitcase.
Luggage.
That's what I was going for the whole time.
Yeah. Or dinky.
Actually, I have no idea where to go from here. Oh, yeah, I do.
Make that jump, toads.
Wow.
Dax, get ready to put your hand out because I may need it.
Ooh.
Ooh, close. That was close. We're gonna have to start every step. We're gonna have to start putting hands out. I think we're so close to this top.
Literally the only one who's not gonna make it. This is heartbreaking.
You should be able
Look at the
to
suitcase. I want the suitcase.
achievements. What's in the suitcase?
I think it's.
Yeah.
If you
That's
could
the
just pay
only way I
me
can see it working.
right in my butthole.
I haven't got excess energy,
I would
so
feel so full.
I do. I have some, so I might be able to make it. And then
I might be able to do it with an energy drink, but I don't know how long it's gonna last for me to do that.
Process has the most stamina and extra stamina of everyone.
Yeah.
So you've got to make it to their stand, and then we've got to try and get to you.
Hey, do you want a rope so that when you're up there you can drop? Okay. Yep,
Oh
that's
yeah,
good.
actually, yeah, that would have been a good idea.
Actually,
Yeah.
yeah.
Would
That's
you
right.
like a rope and then take this rope and then drop it down?
I'll click that so I don't waste it. Okay, here we go.
Da-na-na-na, da-na-na-na-na, da-na-na-na, da-na-na-na-na-na, da-na-na, da-na-na-na-na-na-na.
Max length that rope.
Yes. Hit me in the face with your robes.
There, yeah, that's
Beautiful. Right
perfect.
there. You're good. You're good. You're good.
That's perfect.
Tie it.
Yep.
She doesn't know how to put it down. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I got it.
There it is.
There you go.
Thank you.
Ooh.
Trying to give you a slap on the ass for a good job done. Like we're a sports team.
You pat on the back, not smack on the ass. Smack on the ass is sexual
I don't-
harassment, and
you
we
need
don't
to
sexually
remember-
harass the mountain.
Yeah, we do. Get over here, mountain.
I'm just looking if there's an easier path on the other side, but I don't think there is. I think it's the same.
I mean, it's kind of easier over here. I didn't really
Princess
think
is
anything
almost
at all.
there.
Hey, buddy, come on, buddy. There you
Thank
go.
you.
Oh,
I'm very, very hungry.
No, you had the items. I also am hungry.
I only have one item, and it's
Oh,
an
we're
energy
stupid.
drink.
We're stupid. We're stupid. We're really stupid. Look
Well,
where
you-
the suitcase is, and then look right above the suitcase.
Where's the suitcase? I can't see any suitcase you're marking. It's not showing me where that would be. I'm even trying to look at where it would be. I cannot
It's
see.
down lower.
Oh.
It's way down lower.
Oh. Price is just gonna leave without us, so unless you can get up onto this left rock here.
Oh, I sure can't. I probably could, to be honest with you.
Process is gone. Process is legging it. He's gone. He's legged it.
I lunged it, we're good.
You can stand on that rock and get your stand.
We're stuck in the wall. We're stuck in the wall.
That's what you get for running off, Process. What you get?
That's what you get there.
Oh, oh,
Wrong
good.
way. Ducks,
Not
ducks,
bad.
ducks, go this way.
Run.
Yeah, I was trying to come down.
Complete the mission.
Sprint jump it. You got it.
I'm just. Yep.
Look, there it is.
Oh, good.
There's the flag. It's Double G in action again.
Oh, I can't make this up. Oh, good. Oh, good. Oh, this is easy bit. This is an easy bit.
Yeah, it's
There we go.
terribly
Process has
easy.
made it.
We're making it slowly too. Alright. Scary jump.
They're all messed up.
We're
there.
good. Woo!
Did we complete this level? Are you fucking for real?
Nearly, yeah.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
No, we're
There
good.
we
We're
go.
good. We're good.
I've never seen the top of this either. I always die. Look at the...
I always
We've
died on the kill whenever I got the furthest.
We've survived the kiln.
Done it.
Ah.
whole other piece of
All
this
of
game.
us have survived the kill.
We've reached
Wait,
the
is
peak.
this actually the end of the game?
Day 9, peak. Yeah,
Yeah.
this is
Yeah,
the end of it.
This is actually the end of this level.
Wow.
Hey, come here real quick. Come here real quick. Process, come here real quick.
Right.
It's a first aid. Bop. Now you're healed. I have a flare. Do we need a flare?
We
I don't
do.
think so. I think it's
I
a
don't-
flag up there.
There is a flag. You do need a flare for the main normal version of the game. I don't know if you need it for this version. Because we're on easy mode, but on the normal one you need a flare.
Oh, there's like 1,000 flares up here. Well,
Yeah.
I feel.
Heartbreaking.
Look at this idiot. Look at this stupid ghost. who didn't
Hey,
make
a helicopter!
it. I'm sure he can see right where the land
Woohoo!
is.
Grab the rope.
Wow.
And my game crashed. Oh, no, there it is.
I made it!
Wow.
I made it! I'm in! Let's go! Woo!
All the important people made it! Woo!
Process, why didn't we high five then? What the hell? Wow.
I got a new hat. I got 2 new hats.
I also got a new
I
hat.
got 2 new heads too.
I think I got a new hat and a new
I got
eye.
3. New hats!
Woohoo! We did it! We reached the peak of the mountain!
Yeah, fuck Kip, he didn't matter anyway, bye.
Oh my god, that shut up. Jesus Christ. Jesus.
We will all
Being's
reach.
cold, lifeless body.
We will all reach the peak of the mountain one day. That was an intense hour and a half. That has been a good 5 hours.
Oh, it has been, hasn't it?
Oh my god, I got the actual best hat in the world.
Howdy, partners. There's a new sheriff in town.
I've seen things. Things that cannot be unseen.
Where's Kip?
Not there.
No, we left him in that mountain.
Oh!
Yeehaw, motherfuckers.
I've seen things, man. Unspeakable things. Things.
Wow. I
things
don't care.
nobody should be talking about. My boy.
Hi.
Oh, I tried to bonk. Oh, you saw that they hit the floor. They didn't hit me. I didn't knock them out.
Oh, I forgot to help Bing Bong escape the island. God damn it.
That's because I threw Bing Bong away.
Oh, you whore.
Right. Well, that was fun.
Okay,
Well, I think I'm done. So let's see who's live.
Hi.
Who's live that we can raid into? Process, do you have anyone that's live? Because I don't.
I can have a look. See who is. Stream. May as well close that one. I don't really need multi-stream anymore. No one personal, just a big streamer, but obviously that's not really to get seen and be appreciated, so...
I'm probably going to raid into the Cube community then, because Beat Saber's doing a losers bracket tournament.
Nice.
Because I love Beat Saber.
Beat Saber is fun. I do like Beat Saber.
I love Beat Saber. I used to play it a lot, and they're having a tournament at the moment. I've been watching it on and off. It's great stuff. Right. Well, thanks for tuning in, everyone. I'm going to send you over to watch Beat Saber. I'm going to wait for this ad to finish on my end so I can literally watch them go straight away. It's losers bracket Netherlands versus Germany, round 3. I shall see you all